Hello and welcome. Happy Sunday, hopefully, for everyone. As usual, I'm Corey Campbell. Hope everyone's had a great weekend and a great week. For myself, my week rather, hasn't been overly eventful. As you know, as usual, the past, I don't know, 6 to 8 weeks, dealing with still the infection in my foot. I think it's slowly getting better. I don't know. We're looking into, again, maybe a minor surgery. But so far, it seems kind of stable. Doesn't appear to be getting worse. Maybe it might be getting better on its own. But either way, still kind of very frustrating. Still, places limitations on me in terms of what I can do at the gym. Can't really work lower body. But still, not the end of the world. And I'm optimistic that at some point, hopefully sooner rather than later, I'll be back to my usual routine and my more normal self. I definitely don't feel like myself, not only as a result of this health issue that I'm dealing with, but just the fact that I can't be as active as I want to be. As I mentioned many times before, I rely on being able to run, cardio, to kind of feel like my normal self. And the fact that I can't do that is definitely taking a toll. I can deal. But firstly, Oily Olive, thank you so much for passing by. As always, super grateful. It sounds like you've had a very relaxing day. If you took a 5-hour nap, which I'm hoping that means that, you got a good rest. And also hopefully you've caught up on rest. That, if you took a 5-hour nap, I would assume, or that probably means you were very tired, or maybe overworked. And so if this weekend, or if that nap allowed you to kind of catch up on sleep and feel more rested and relaxed, I think that's a great thing. And I hope you can start your Monday tomorrow feeling more fresh, hopefully rejuvenated. I can say for myself, my sleep hasn't been the greatest for the past, I don't know, month or so. Just because I think it's a combination of things. Just the slight increase in stress as a result of this infection, kind of the uncertainty associated with that. And also the fact that, I can't be as active as I want to be. And being highly physically active, again, generally improves my ability to sleep or be more restful. And Bob Marley, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. I'm hoping wherever you are, I'm assuming maybe Germany now, Spain, somewhere else, that assuming you're on vacation, that you're enjoying it. And I will be covering those studies about the COVID-19 origins, or some of the evidence pointing to maybe what are suspected the COVID-19 origins. I'm going to attempt to cover one of them in depthly, the one that is less technical, at least I find less technical, and the other one that's more technical, I just briefly go over it. And also, in the stream title, the Pope was here in Canada, and specifically, I think as of I don't know, Friday or Saturday, I think they've since left, but they did a surprise visit in Quebec. I think they visited a rehab center. As I sort of said in the stream title, on their apology tour. Trying to, I guess make amends with the indigenous communities in Canada. A very poor attempt in my opinion, but I guess an attempt nonetheless. Croatia. Well, I'm hoping that's enjoyable. Have you ever been to Croatia before? I'm assuming it's, either for, relaxation or maybe visiting friends or family, both. Either way, I'm hoping you're enjoying yourself and that you're getting to enjoy your summer way more than I am, because I've pretty much been kind of confined to limited activity pretty much the entire summer. Once I know you said you can't do exercise. Can you do them in water though? There's a reason why we have pools. I think. Here's based off what the doctor said in the recommendation of why I can't do lower body, it seems to basically be of the concern that they don't want excess friction, like in my foot, specifically my right foot, because that's where the infection is. Because that might like kind of like open up sort of the wound, or like basically the cut, or like the infection area. And also, I don't think they would, I don't know for sure, but I don't think they would want my foot in water for an extended period of time, just because I think that increases the chances of like potentially more bacteria or whatever, more pathogens or microorganisms getting into the infected area. So I haven't asked specifically that question whether I can do it in water, but I'm pretty sure the answer is no. Basically just trying to minimize any sort of exposure or friction specifically in my right foot, or right foot area. I don't think exercising in water, unfortunately, is an option. And do I know if there's any actual research worth considering pointing to? As far as I know, okay, based off of the scientific research, all of really the scientific research that I've seen seems to point to, nothing 100% conclusive, obviously, but really heavily points to zoonotic origin, or non-human animal origin. And that, again, as far as I know and I can tell, all of the sort of quote-unquote evidence pointing to a lab leak, a lot of it is speculative in nature, and not really grounded in, you know, concrete scientific evidence. More like, you know, a bunch of correlations, you know, sort of questioning some genetic data, but I would say poorly questioning some of the genetic data that has come out. And that, you know, all of the scientific evidence that, you know, I've seen, and a little bit that I'll go over now, really heavily points to something of non-human animal origin. But again, nothing 100% conclusive. You know, we can probably never really know for sure. And yes, I can eventually, well, like, nothing's guaranteed, but I'm like 99.999% certain that I'll be able to exercise my lower body again. But we're just gonna get right into it. 1 second. You know, it's gonna take some time. I have to be patient, I guess, with the process. You know, it's not a foreign concept to me to be able to, you know, focus on my health first, or some sort of health issue, before I can, you know, get back to exercising. I've had to take breaks from the gym before to, you know, focus on other things. And so I know that at some point, somewhere down the line, I can, you know, get back to my usual routine. But yes, it requires patience. It's frustrating. It's definitely kind of like wearing me down to a certain extent, but I can deal.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
Oh, and I apologize if I mispronounced your username, but thanks so much for the follow, Rafay Chev. Again, apologies if I mispronounced that, but grateful to have you here. This suggestion for your YouTube channel: do a video on fake science field or junk science. Yeah, absolutely. If you as always, I'll take recommendations. If you want me to cover like something specific about fake science or junk science, more than happy. You can always put in a sort of recommendation in the Discord, and I'll do my best to cover it. But before I actually cover this, maybe one thing that maybe gives me a little bit of hope in, I don't know, people or humanity, is, so I have a Twitter now for the past few months, and I think like it was on Friday or Thursday, you know, I sent out a tweet. This is like the most engagement that I've ever gotten with a tweet. And, you know, no surprise, or maybe no surprise, it has to do with hitting your children. Or rather, not hitting your children. Where it's like, yeah, I just pretty much sent out the reminder, you know, just in case you didn't know, all the scientific evidence says, stop hitting your children. And thankfully, you know, got 65 likes. I've never gotten that many likes on any of my tweets, just because obviously I'm a nobody on Twitter. I think I have like, whatever, 70, maybe at most 80 followers. So the fact that I got 65 likes pointing out the scientific evidence that you should not hit your children ever under any circumstance, that kind of made me feel pretty good. And maybe there's hope after all, for people to respond to scientific evidence, especially when it comes to children. But right now, yes, back to this. I think it'd be a series, like pick a fake science and talk about. Yeah. So I'm totally open to doing a series, but I would have to. So I also want to get back to like covering psychedelics, because I haven't finished that series, right? I did one stream devoted to psychedelics, specifically starting with MDMA, but I want to cover, obviously, other psychedelics, psilocybin, maybe magic mushrooms, ketamine, even though I don't think that's technically a psychedelic. I want to get back to that, but it's just a matter of, again, this minor health issue has really affected my routine and my motivation, even just stream and like do anything. So for the olive, the research, to answer your question, is clear. Any sort of physical discipline is out of the question. It does not work. The evidence is pretty much unequivocal. You should never lay your hands on a child or your child in order to punish them or physically discipline them in any way. Yeah, and I want to continue that coverage. It's just a matter of, like, again, getting back into the swing of things, which I'm hoping that I'm slowly getting back into that. But that remains to be seen. Feel a little bit more like more like myself. But again, still not quite operating at 100%. Work in what way? I'm not sure exactly what you mean. But again, to, I guess, make it as clear as I can be, you should never, ever physically discipline your child. The evidence that I've covered before, quite clear. Physical discipline of children doesn't work. So here's where there's the nuanced conversation about, just because something is effective in the moment, that doesn't mean that it is, good for you long term, or that there are no unintended consequences from that. Yes, you can stop a behavior in many different ways. That doesn't mean that there's no other consequences as a result of that. That's what people don't seem to recognize, is that, yes, sure, if you want to get a child stop doing something, sure, getting them to stop that one particular behavior at that moment, sure, some sort of physical discipline will probably get them to stop. But there is a high cost associated with that, in terms of the immediate cost of, you are communicating to your child that a loving attachment figure can be violent towards you, and that perpetuates a cycle of violence and abuse. This is one of the variables as to why some people can get into abusive relationships, because they get socially conditioned of, like, oh, loving relationships, while violence and physical abuse, that is compatible with that model. There's also the other mental health aspects of, like, increased rates of anxiety, increased rates of depression down the road, and a whole host of other negative outcomes as a result of that. Just because something was effective in that moment, that doesn't mean there's no other consequences. That doesn't mean there's no other consequences down the line either. Basically, you are playing Russian roulette if you are attempting to discipline your child with physical discipline, specifically any sort of physical discipline. And that is the trap that I think many people fall into. Of like, oh, it worked for me, but did it work? Because you don't know what your life would be like if you had experienced something different. You also don't feel the costs of the alternate timeline that would have been generated had you not been physically disciplined. Okay, the child that was physically disciplined in childhood, and then at 30, 40 years old, and maybe they weren't able to excel in school, maybe they weren't able to graduate university, and as a result, they're in a lower socioeconomic class. That adult that was physically disciplined as a child, they don't notice the $10,000 less that they're making each year because they weren't able to succeed in university, and they don't make the connection that maybe a variable in academic achievement, whether you were physically disciplined or not. It's a very complex and nuanced effect that physical discipline has on a child. Physically disciplining your child, like the moment that you stop physically disciplining, the consequences for the child do not end there. They essentially or potentially last a lifetime. So hopefully that sort of answers your question, Holy Olive, or rather, gives a more comprehensive answer. Well, you're not wrong. And that's because, there's a lot of misconceptions, unfortunately, that I really do want to, make an effort to dispel with the myths, and correct that information that people have. But maybe to, put the case to rest, in a future stream, I will just as I did with MDMA research, and MDMA research, or the effects of MDMA on certain maybe mental health issues. I will devote an entire stream, covering comprehensively, the spanking research or physical discipline research, and then that'll be a VOD on YouTube, and then I can just reference that and move on. And yeah, you are exactly right, Bob Marley, in that the United States is one of the very few developed countries that has not explicitly outlawed or made illegal corporal punishment of children or physical discipline of children. The US, when it comes to this issue, and obviously many other issues, the United States is a bit of an outlier. Where it's guns for everybody, and physical discipline of children is still legal. So, and I think there's very real consequences as a result of that we see play out quite clearly. Okay, so to actually attempt to cover the topics that are in my stream title. So this research, I'm probably gonna mispronounce this word. The Huanan Seafood Wholesale Market in Wuhan was the early epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic. This was published, a few days ago, like 5 days ago, almost exactly 5 days ago, July 26th. And, pretty much, just as the title says, they are making it clear that, at least based off of the evidence that they've assessed and the analysis that they carried out, they are pointing to this seafood market in Wuhan as they explicitly say, the early epicenter. So now the question is, how do they come to this conclusion? What was the evidence that they assessed? How did they analyze the evidence that they went through? I think first things first, I think an important thing to recognize is that there's a lot of authors associated with this research, as in this appears to be very much a collaborative scientific endeavor. You have at least a dozen other scientists or researchers associated or conducting this research. And you can see some of their affiliations. Department of Ecology, Evolutionary Biology, University of Arizona, Department of Immunology and Microbiology, Scripps Research Institute, highly regarded research institute, scientific research institute. Another Department of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology. You have Department of Molecular Microbiology and Immunology, Johns Hopkins, Bloomberg School of Public Health, and on we go. So, like, really, a lot of researchers involved in this scientific article. And so a lot of areas of expertise coming together. And hopefully that instills some confidence in the research, in that this is likely high quality research. And another, let's say, point in its favor is the fact that it's published, in Science. Science is one of the highest, well-regarded journals in the hard sciences, or the physical sciences, I should probably say. Yeah, totally. Well, not totally, but it is a common theme. Just because, especially if you're, if you are going to analyze what I would say is a pretty complicated question of, like, what is, or what were the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic? Where did this virus originate? Well, you need multiple areas of expertise to assess that. As you saw in the author affiliations, you need evolution experts, you need virology experts, you need genetic experts, and probably epidemiologists, etc., etc. Just because, one person, or, even just two people, it's just not enough expertise to assess or analyze such a complicated question, right? And again, so hopefully that instills some confidence in the research, in that it's a lot of authors from a whole numerous disciplines, and the fact that it's published in Science, a very well-respected journal in the sciences. I think it's basically, the top two, generally speaking, it's Nature and Science. And opinions will vary on which one is better than the other. I think, technically speaking, Nature has a higher impact factor than Science. But many scientists actually have more respect for, Science and Nature. Not that, again, I place much stock in impact factor, but it is a thing. And, it seems to be fairly in-depth in terms of the analysis that they carried out here, and I don't know why this is popping up. But one thing I think maybe to go over first, and maybe, this might be one of the things that will call it into question for some people, is the funding. It seems like there's a whole host of funders associated with this, and there's probably still some conflicts of interest, competing interests, right? You can see this project has been funded in whole or in part with federal funds from the NIAID. So, this is the institute that, Dr. Fauci heads up. And so, that will, unfortunately, that will be an automatic knock against the paper for some people. Or pretty much an automatic, like, this is research that should be ignored or discredited because it received funds from this particular agency here. Same thing with the National Institutes of Health. Many people, well, I think this speaks to, or, this is the symptom of the erosion of trust in our scientific, or many institutions, both scientific, political, governmental institutions, where it's like, yeah, it seems like for some people, the National Institutes of Health is no longer a trustworthy institute, and so any research funded by the NIH should just be kind of like ignored, or it's faulty research, which I think is a huge mistake to make. And the fact that they are transparent about their competing interests, again, that will be a knock against this research for some people, where it's like, oh, the fact that they're even claiming that there's competing interests, making an attempt to be transparent, it's almost like it would be better if this wasn't reported, as in, just if they were less transparent, people would have more trust in it. But the fact that they are saying that they have competing interests, trying to be transparent, again, that in some people's mind, that automatically discredits research like this. When really the attempt here is to instill confidence. So, which is unfortunate. So, starting from the beginning, and yeah, I like Nature more, Bob Marley, not gonna lie. But that's mostly just the fact that I like the aesthetic a little bit more. And I just like sort of like the way they format their articles a little bit more. But in terms of like the quality of the research, in my mind, they're basically Science and Nature. I just like the Nature layout better. And also, I like many of the branches of Nature, because it's not just Nature. You have, Nature chemical biology, you have Nature immunology, you have Nature climate change, etc., etc. But actually, maybe before I dive deep into this, I think maybe, another thing to cover is basically, obviously, with SARS-CoV-2, we are interested in the origins, or trying to understand the origins of this virus, okay? But this is not a new thing, okay? This is zoonotic diseases or emerging infectious diseases that has always been a thing in science. So, like, we want to hopefully know and understand where new diseases and how they are coming into not only existence, but potentially making the leap from animals, non-human animals, to humans. And this goes back a long way, but just to show that our interest in emerging infectious diseases precedes the pandemic. This paper here, published in Nature in 2008, okay? And, one of the reasons why, again, I lean more towards SARS-CoV-2 being of non-human animal origin is because of the evidence that I'm about to go through, but also, all of the past evidence showing that, certain areas of the world, they are kind of like hotspots for emerging infectious diseases. This is what this paper basically covers, where it's like, you're basically saying that over time, it looks like zoonotic diseases are becoming more and more common, or diseases of zoonotic origin are becoming more and more common. As in, there's a trend, like, more and more diseases appear to be making the jump from non-human animals to humans. And that's what you see here in some of these bar graphs, where in white, okay, zoonotic wildlife, you can see from the 1940s to the 2000s, the white portion appears to be getting bigger. Now, I haven't read this paper in a long time, but there's multiple explanations for this. So, is this increase in zoonotic diseases, the result of actually more infectious diseases making the jump from non-human animals to humans? Or is this now just due to increased surveillance? As in, oh, since we're tracking more closely, now we're able to detect better, pathogens that are making the jump from animals to humans. But I think, if I remember correctly, the data are pretty conclusive that it's not just a matter of better surveillance or increased surveillance. It really is as a result of basically, human expansion, and more and more humans, increased population density. Yes, there's just more opportunities for pathogens in animals to make the jump from animals to humans. In that, this increase in zoonotic diseases from wildlife, it really is basically from just more opportunity to make that jump. And that this is a real thing, not just simply a matter of increased surveillance or us paying attention more. And they pretty much, pinpoint, as you can see here in this map, kind of like the hotspots, or areas where, maybe we should be paying more attention, or there should be increased surveillance. And I think that's exemplified in this kind of heat map here, where especially if you look at panel A, top left, zoonotic pathogens from wildlife. And hopefully you can see, might not be the easiest to make out, but hopefully you can see in panel A that Eastern China, there's a lot of yellow and red. And that pretty much points to that basically Eastern China appears to be a hotspot of emerging infectious diseases. And so, where is Wuhan located? It's pretty much located in Eastern China. Pretty much in this red and yellow areas here in China. So, we kind of pinpointed this area of China as a hotspot for emerging infectious diseases. And so I don't think it's not a surprise to, let's say, researchers in this area of SARS-CoV-2, appears to have come from Wuhan, China, and likely of zoonotic origin, because we have prior evidence showing that, these are areas where, again, there's just these are hotspots of emerging infectious diseases, which, again, I think, in my mind, just makes the argument that SARS-CoV-2 originated in an animal and jumped from animals to humans way more credible. So, do this specific research, going through it a little bit more in-depthly. On 31 December 2019, the Chinese government notified the World Health Organization of an outbreak of severe pneumonia of unknown etiology in Wuhan, Hubei province, a city of approximately 11 million people. Of the initial 41 people hospitalized with unknown pneumonia by 2nd January 2020, 27 or 66%, so 2/3, had direct exposure to the Huanan wholesale seafood market, thereafter Hunan market. These first cases were confirmed to be infected with a novel coronavirus, subsequently named Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, Coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2. Basically, everyone knows that by now. And were suffering from a disease later named Coronavirus Disease 2019, or COVID-19. The initial diagnoses of COVID-19 were made in several hospitals independently between 18 and 29 December 2019. These early reports were free from ascertainment bias, as they were based on signs and symptoms before the Hunan market was identified as a shared risk factor. A subsequent systematic review of all cases notified to China's National Notifiable Disease Reporting System by hospitals in Wuhan as part of the joint Wu-Chinese WHO convened global study of origins of SARS-CoV-2. China part, hereafter the WHO mission report, showed that 55 of 168 of the earliest known COVID-19 cases were associated with this market. However, the observation that the preponderance of early cases were linked to the Hunan market does not establish that the pandemic originated there. So, they're making the distinction of, yes, it seems like a significant portion of the cases of COVID-19 were centered around this market. But that doesn't necessarily mean that market was where the pandemic originated. So, sustained live mammal sales during 2019 occurred at the Hunan and 3 other markets in Wuhan, including wild and farmed wildlife. Several of these species are known to be experimentally susceptible to SARS-related coronaviruses, such as SARS-CoV or SARS-CoV-1 and SARS-CoV-2. During the early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic, animals sold at the Hunan market were hypothesized to be the source of the unexplained pneumonia cases, consistent with the emergence of SARS-CoV-1 from 2002 to 2004. No problem, Oily Olive. Obviously, talking to your brother is way more important than my stream. As well as other viral zoonoses. This led to the decision to close and sanitize the Hunan market on the 1st of January 2020, with environmental samples also being collected from vendors' stalls. Determining the epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic at a neighborhood rather than city level could help resolve if SARS-CoV-2 had a zoonotic origin, similar to SARS-CoV-1. As in, we have pretty much a high degree of confidence that SARS-CoV-1, the one that they're referring to, of 2002 to 2004, we have a high degree of confidence that it's of animal origin. And so now the question is, does SARS-CoV-2 also have an animal origin or non-human animal origin? In this study, we obtained data from a range of sources to test the hypothesis that the COVID-19 pandemic began at the Hunan market. Despite limited testing of live wildlife sold at the market, collectively, our results provide evidence that the Hunan market was the early epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic and suggest that SARS-CoV-2 likely emerged from the live wildlife trade in China. However, events upstream of the market, as well as exact circumstances at the market, remain obscure, highlighting the need for further studies to understand and lower the risk of future pandemics. I think they're pretty clear, but they're also pretty prudent, I would say. Or rather, they're being scientific, as in they are saying that they're pretty confident that, their analysis of the evidence highly suggests that this particular market was the epicenter and the origin of SARS-CoV-2. But they use very specific language, where it's suggest that SARS-CoV-2 likely emerged. As in, again, they have a fairly high degree of confidence, but they are not saying with absolute 100% certainty. Because, in science, it's virtually impossible, or, you virtually never say anything with absolute certainty. Always leave the door open for further questioning, to a certain extent. My brother and parents now know I'm gender fluid. I don't know if I worded it better with them or they just understood better, but it was easier to come out to them compared to... Okay, well, so I'm super happy to hear that your brother and parents know, and that I hope that they are comfortable with you identifying as gender fluid. I'm happy you were able to take that step. I'm hoping that they're supportive and understanding. I'm hoping everyone around you, friends, family, loved ones, they're supportive and understanding of you identifying as gender fluid. And as I've said many times before, identify with whatever label that you feel comfortable with, and don't let anyone pressure you into doing something or identifying with something that doesn't feel right for you. Oh, okay. Well, then it sounds like your brother was understanding, or at the very least, wasn't, overly critical. So yeah, again, high degree of confidence that SARS-CoV-2 originated in a non-human animal, specifically at this market, an animal at this market. So what were the results? Early cases lived near to and centered on the Hunan market. The 2021 WHO Mission Report identified 174 COVID-19 cases in Hubei province in December 2019 after careful examination of reported case histories. Although geographical coordinates of the residential locations of the 164 cases who lived within Wuhan were unavailable, we were able to reliably extract the latitude and longitude coordinates of 155 cases from maps in the report. And you have, maps like this that they are analyzing, where it's like, yeah, in blue, no known link to the market. In orange, linked to the Hunan market. And so it really looks like, at least to me, my, again, non-expert opinion, that they are doing their due diligence and doing what I would consider, to my knowledge, a pretty high-level analysis. While early COVID-19 cases occurred across Wuhan, the majority clustered in central Wuhan near the west bank of the Yangtze River, with a high density of cases near to and surrounding the Hunan market. As in, it looks like there's this clustering effect, where it's like, yeah, they pinpoint the Hunan market here, and like it seems like all, virtually all, or the vast majority of cases just like route out around this particular market. We used a kernel density estimate, KDE, to reconstruct an underlying probability density function from which the home locations for each case were drawn. And here is where, I have to have faith in their analysis. Or not have faith, but to some extent have faith, of like trust their analysis, because do I know what a kernel density estimate is? I can't say with confidence. I have sort of a suspicion of what they mean, but there's no way that, let's say I could explain exactly what it is that they're doing when they say kernel density estimate. That is not my area of expertise. I don't carry out that type of analysis. This is where it's, I have to trust these experts because I am not one in this field. Using all 155 December 2019 cases, the location of the Hunan market lies within the highest density contour that contains 1% of the probability mass. For a KDE estimated using the 120 cases with no known linkage to the market remains within the highest density 1% contour. The clustering of COVID-19 cases in December around the Hunan market contrasts with the pattern of widely dispersed cases across Wuhan by early January through mid-February 2020, which we mapped using location data from individuals using a COVID-19 assistance app on Sina Weibo, which I think Weibo is, I think, China's version of Twitter, or some sort of social media platform in China. Weibo-based data analyses show that, unlike early COVID-19 cases, by January and February, many of the sick who sought help resided in highly populated areas of the city, and particularly in areas with a high density of older people. So, figures 1E. So this is based, this panel here, E, based off of, basically their social media type data. And also here, panel D. And it really looks like this is data analysis at a high resolution, where it's like they are pinpointing the location of these cases, and really, mapping them out. Got some pushback. Oh, okay, well, I'm super happy to hear that at the very least it was in a positive way. That's reassuring to hear, and I'm hoping again that's true of everyone in your life. And yeah, it seems to be roughly the same analysis throughout, where they're really zooming in on this area and almost going case by case. So we also investigated whether the December COVID-19 cases were closer to the market than expected based on an empirical null distribution of Wuhan's population density. Okay. So it seems like they how could I sort of explain this clearly? Hopefully clearly. Of like, so they generate a null distribution, an empirical null distribution, and then they look at the actual distribution of COVID-19 cases. And then through comparison of, the actual distribution of cases versus the null distribution, sort of very loosely consider it as like, a neutral distribution. Although not technically speaking a neutral distribution. Null distribution means something specific. But that's sort of the best way I can explain it. And it's like, comparing the actual results with their, generated null result. If the actual result doesn't match the null result, then that means that, they're able to reject the null result, and that, their actual result is, statistically significant, as in, it actually means something, and this is not due to random chance, as in the evidence point to something is going on here in this area, because you wouldn't get this distribution randomly. So within its median distance to the Hunan market of 16.11 kilometers, to account for older individuals being more likely to be hospitalized and sick with COVID-19, we age matched the population data to the December 2019 COVID-19 case data. We considered 3 categories of cases, and they were all significantly closer to the Hunan market than expected. All cases, the median was 4.28 kilometers away from the market. Second was cases linked directly to the Hunan market. The median was 5.74 kilometers away from the market. And 3 cases with no evidence of a direct link to the Hunan market, with a median of approximately, or almost exactly, 4 kilometers away from the market, which is interesting, actually. Yeah. So it seems like the cases with no known direct link to that particular market, they're actually closer to the market than the ones that are actually directly linked to the market. As in the ones that have, an actual link to the market, they live or are located further away from the market, as opposed to like the ones that are, less linked or have no direct link to the market. They are located closer. Whether that actually means something, I don't know. That is kind of like a curious result. The cases with no known link to the market on average resided close to the... yes, that's what I just said. Then the cases with links to the market. And that is statistically significant, as in that wasn't just random chance. Furthermore, the distance between the center points and the Hunan market were shorter than expected for all categories of December cases compared with the empirical null distribution of Wuhan's population density. For all the December cases, the center point was located 1.02 kilometers away. The center point for cases with market links was 2.28 kilometers away. And the center point for the cases with no reported link to the market was 0.91 kilometers away. In comparison, the center point of aged matched samples drawn from the empirical null distribution was 4.65 kilometers away from the market. And it's like, well, you can see their analysis here. Oh, and they're doing, okay, second. Where it's like, yeah, it looks like they're focusing in on a particular lineage. Well, or yeah, lineage A and lineage B. And okay, well, yeah, you pretty much, they're just showing the radiuses, as in like cases with no known link to the market. You know, they're within this radius. Cases with a link to the market, they're within this radius. Which, yeah, again, pretty high resolution analysis of the cases surrounding that particular market. I think now I'm open up. I think I look for LGBT community for adults in my area. Yeah, if you're able to find a local support network, you're able to connect with other people that are part of that community, I would encourage that. It's always nice to find your tribe, so to speak, as in people who are who have a similar lived experience to you. And yeah, same thing. They're pretty much going through the same facial analyses. We tested the robustness of our results to the possibility of ascertainment bias. For all mapped cases, under the center point distance to the Hunan market test, the 38 cases residing closest to the market within a radius of 1.6 kilometers. This is just a side note, or whatever. This is just my own eccentricity. But in my opinion, there should be a space between 1.6 and the units. I think this is a poor way to report unit. I think there should always be a space between your number and your unit. The fact that this is all like scrunched together as 1.6 kilometer actually kind of bothers me. But yeah, the 38 cases residing closer to the market could be removed from the data set before losing significance at the alpha level, at the alpha equals 0.05 level. Okay. So it's like, they're pretty much doing the analysis of like, you know, how much data do we need to remove before, you know, we lose significance? And that's literally what they are doing. Where it's like, yeah, basically throwing away data points. And, you know, generally speaking, you know, if you have to throw away a lot of data points before you lose significance, that's generally a good testament that, you know, your actual data has statistical significance. For the median distance to the Hunan market test, we could remove 98, or pretty much the majority of their data points. For cases not directly linked to the Hunan market, we could remove 36, or about a third, and 81 for the two tests, respectively, before losing significance at the alpha equals 0.05 level. We performed a spatial relative risk analysis to compare December 2019 COVID-19 cases with January-February 2020 cases reported via Weibo. The Hunan market is located within a well-defined area with high case density that would be expected to be observed in fewer than 1 in 100,000 samplings of the Weibo data empirical distribution. No other regions in Wuhan showed a comparable case density. Okay, so, you know, sort of in a nutshell, the pattern of cases that they're seeing, what they're saying is like, you know, the odds of this occurring randomly is quite rare, or specifically it's 1 in 100,000, okay? Which is, you know, statistically very low probability. And so that gives them confidence, or I think that results in them saying confidently in their conclusion that, you know, it looks like this particular market was the epicenter and origin of SARS-CoV-2. And as they say sort of at the end, you know, no other area in Wuhan had that case density. And so, again, the fact that the particular pattern or distribution of cases wasn't replicated anywhere else in Wuhan, again, points to like, oh, this particular area was an outlier or the anomaly, and that this anomaly being that this is likely the epicenter and the origin. Both early lineages of SARS-CoV-2 were geographically associated with the market. Two lineages of SARS-CoV-2 designated A and B have co-circulated globally since early in the COVID-19 pandemic. Until a report in a recent preprint, only lineage B sequences had been sampled at the Hunan market. The 11 lineage B cases were from the 11 lineage B cases from December 2019, for which we have location information, resided closer than expected to the Hunan market compared to the age-matched Wuhan population distribution. The center point of the 11 lineage B cases was 1.95 kilometers from the Hunan market, also closer than expected. The two lineage A cases, for which we have location information, involve the two earliest lineage A genomes known to date. Neither case reported any contact to the Hunan market. The first case was detected before any knowledge of a possible association of unexplained pneumonia in Wuhan with the Hunan market, and therefore could not have been a product of ascertainment bias in favor of cases residing near the market. The second had stayed in a hotel near the market for the 5 days preceding symptom onset. Relative to the age-matched Wuhan population distribution, the first individual resided closer to the Hunan market than expected. While the exact location of the hotel near the market was not reported, there are at least 20 hotels within 500 meters. That is a lot of hotels in just a half a kilometer radius. Under the conservative assumption that the hotel could have been located as far as 2.31 kilometers from the Hunan market, as was the residence of the other lineage A case, and assuming this location is comparable to a residential location, given the timing of the stay prior to symptom onset, it would be unlikely to observe both the earliest lineage A cases this near to the Hunan market. That both identified lineage A cases had a geographical connection to the market, in combination with the detection of lineage A within the market, support the likelihood that during the early epidemic lineage A was, like lineage B, disseminating outward from the Hunan market into the surrounding neighborhoods. Okay, so, it seems like what they're saying is like, both lineages, lineage A and lineage B, like if you're looking at the pattern sort of spread, it seems like, it's spreading out through that market, or, routing out from that market. And, the odds, as they say, of like, both of those lineage A cases just being sort of, very conveniently closely located to this market, seems very highly improbable. Because, sort of in their modeling, when they took a conservative value of 2.31 kilometers, okay, which is like, it's a conservative value. Using that assumption or that estimation, the likelihood of those cases, those lineage A cases, coming from within that radius is also likely improbable. And so, with that, the fact that those lineage A cases resided even closer than 2.31, then you have like a high degree of confidence, an exceedingly high degree of confidence that this is not coincidence. that this is a real thing that's happening, which is why, like they say, towards the end of this paragraph, it really looks like, the cases are kind of like sprouting out or, blossoming from that epicenter, that market epicenter. Our statistical results were robust to a range of factors. For example, the use of an empirical control distribution based on presumptive COVID-19 cases, locations, later in the Wuhan epidemic, laboratory confirmed versus clinically diagnosed cases, and uncertainty in case location or missing data. For instance, we artificially introduced location uncertainty, or noise, in each case location in our data set by randomly resampling each point within a circle of radius 1,000 meters centered on its original center point. The conclusions were unaffected. The extraction method we employed actually introduced up to about 50 meters of noise in each case location estimate, ruling out the possibility that our overall results were affected by this source of error. The results were also robust when corrected for multiple hypothesis testing. So again, it seems like they are very much doing their due diligence. I'm really trying to, ensure that the finding that they are getting is real, that it's not an anomaly, and it's what they're seeing is the result of that market being the epicenter of the pandemic. So, wild animal trading in Wuhan markets. In addition to selling seafood, poultry, and other commodities, the Hunan market was among 4 markets in Wuhan reported to consistently sell a variety of live, wild, captured, or farmed mammal species in the years and months leading up to the COVID-19 pandemic. There are, however, no prior reports of which species, if any, were sold at the Hunan market in the months leading up to the pandemic. Here, we report that multiple plausible intermediate wildlife hosts of SARS-CoV-2 progenitor viruses, including red foxes, hog badgers — I have no idea what a hog badger is — and common raccoon dogs — I don't know what a raccoon dog is either — were sold live at the Hunan market up until at least November of 2019. No reports are known to be available for SARS-CoV-2 test results from these mammals at the Hunan market. Despite a general slowdown in live animal sales during the winter months, we report that raccoon dogs that are sold for both meat and fur were consistently available for sale throughout the year, including at the Hunan market in November 2019. And it looks like they're going through all of the species that are available at this particular market. And as they point to, we report that multiple plausible intermediate wildlife hosts of SARS-CoV-2 progenitor viruses. So, given of what we know from past evidence, we can say with some degree of certainty that, coronaviruses, or as they put them, SARS-CoV-2 progenitor viruses, they originate in certain animals. And, we have kind of a short list of certain animals that are likely suspects of, as they say, progenitor viruses. And they point to some of the suspects: red foxes, hog badgers, raccoon dogs, and, just conveniently, those species are available at the market. So again, they're really trying to, make the case and show that this is likely not a coincidence. There were potentially many locations in Wuhan, a city of 11 million, that would have been equally or more likely than the Hunan market to sustain the first recognized cluster of a new respiratory pathogen had its introduction not been linked to a live and animal market, including other shopping venues, hospitals, elder care facilities, workplaces, universities, and places of worship. Okay. So again, trying to make the case that what they are seeing is not coincidence. And another line of evidence is that as they say, there's quite a lot of people in Wuhan, specifically 11 million people, and that there are areas of high population density, or areas where people gather in high density. And also not only where people gather in high density, but also people, for example, people with compromised immune systems, also gather, where it's like, in hospitals, elder care facilities, workplaces, universities, and places of worship, where it's like, if you were to point to potential hotspots, or potential other locations where a virus might emerge, one would think that it would be in higher population density areas, places like hospitals, workplaces, universities, where I don't know for sure, but I would suspect that if you were to look at just the population density of like that particular market that they're talking about, the Hunan market, and you compare it to places of worship or universities, there is likely a higher population density in these areas than in the Hunan market. And so again, one would be potentially led to believe that a virus would emerge in these areas, not the Hunan market. But then throw in the variable of like, non-human animals are reservoirs for zoonotic diseases, or coronaviruses, and that this particular market can serve as a location for a virus or another pathogen to make the jump from non-human animals to humans. And so you add in that variable, and then the Hunan market looks like a hotspot. And then again, according to them, with a high degree of confidence, that that market was the epicenter, was the origin. To investigate possible sites, we compared the relative extent of intra-urban human traffic to the Hunan market versus other locations within the city of Wuhan using a location-specific dataset of social media check-ins in the Sina visitor system. We found at least 70 other markets throughout the city of Wuhan that received more social media visitors than the Hunan market. To extend this analysis beyond only markets, we also used a subsequently published list of known SARS-CoV-2 super spreader locations to identify 430 locations in Wuhan that may have been at high risk for super spreader events and which received more check-ins than the Hunan market. The Hunan market accounted for 0.12% of social media check-ins to markets in the dataset that received at least as many check-ins as the Hunan market. The market accounted for 0.04% of all social media check-ins to the greater than 400 sites in Wuhan identified as especially likely to be potential super spreader locations, and which received at least as many social media visits as the Hunan market. Considering the number of check-ins to all four markets selling live wild animals in Wuhan, they accounted for 0.21% of market visits and 0.079% of visits to the 430 potential super spreader sites where a new respiratory disease might first be noticed in a large city. So it seems like, I think it's laid out pretty nicely in this graphic or figure here, where they're taking into account other locations. Where again, if you're looking at, traffic, number of people, potentially population density, and they are literally looking at, based off of, basically social media tracking, they are literally looking at, the number of people checking in to these locations. And so taking that into account when they're looking at other comparable markets, or other comparable sites, the Hunan market, again, it's pretty much at the end of this graph, where it's like On the y-axis, you have check-ins, and it's like, yeah, at shopping malls, supermarkets, and other general markets, you have like way more check-ins in comparison to the Hunan market. And so again, one would think that these kind of essentially high traffic areas, these would be the areas where you would likely find the emergence of a respiratory virus, because again, the data says that these are essentially not only high traffic areas, but they are way higher than the Hunan market. And so again, it seems like just looking at traffic alone, the number of people visiting, it looks like the Hunan market is kind of like a low probability of a respiratory virus, popping into existence or emerging. But then again, given the fact that this was a live wildlife market, that changes things. Really, it seems like, when they isolate the variable of basically, number of people and, population density, places being number of check-ins, on that variable alone, the Hunan market seems to be, an anomaly, or like very on the low end of risk. And so something has amplified the risk that the Hunan market is, a hotspot for an emerging respiratory virus or an emerging respiratory disease. And, what is that variable that, elevated the Hunan market to, a high-risk area of an emerging respiratory virus? It is likely the fact that this was a market involved in pretty much, the trading or selling of live sort of exotic animals. Was I? Oh yeah, right here. A data set from the Chinese Center for Disease Prevention and Control, the CCDC, report dated 22nd January 2020 was made publicly available in June 2020. 585 environmental samples were initially taken from various surfaces in the Hunan market on the 1st and 12th January 2020 by the Chinese CDC, with further samples taken through the market during January and February. We extend the analysis in the WHO mission report by integrating public online maps and photographic evidence. Data from public business registries, information about which live mammal species were sold at the Hunan market in late 2019, and the CCDC report. We reconstructed the floor plan of the market and integrated information from business registries of vendors at the market, as well as an official report recording fines to 3 business owners for illegal sale of live mammals. From this, we identified an additional 5 stalls that were likely selling live or freshly butchered mammals or other unspecified meat products in the southwest corner of the western section of the market. Okay, so this really seems, again, at least to my eye, non-expert eye. I'm not a virologist, I'm not an epidemiologist, not a public health expert, but this really seems like, kind of like a boots on the ground analysis, where it's like they're really tracking, or really zooming in on this market, really trying to look at what actually transpired, almost like, I guess, a forensic investigation. Well, and it seems like they did test some of the animals there, or they had some samples from the animals there. Yeah, this is the map of the Hunan wholesale seafood market. Oh, okay. So like, yeah, this is basically a blueprint of the market, and I guess you're seeing sort of where I guess some of the positive cases were. 5 of the SARS-CoV-2 positive environmental samples were taken from a single stall selling live mammals in late 2019. Further, the objects sampled showed an association with animal sales, including a metal cage, 2 carts of the kind frequently used to transport mobile animal cages, and a hair feather remover. No human COVID-19 cases were reported there. The same stall was visited by one of us in 2014, who then observed live raccoon dogs housed in a metal cage stacked on top of a cage with live birds. A recent report identified that the grates outside of this stall, upon which animal cages were stacked, were positive for SARS-CoV-2. Okay, so interesting. It looks like, this market was on the radar of these whatever researchers or investigators going back to 2014. I mean, they explicitly say the same stall was visited by one of us in 2014. And it looks like they're referencing 37. I'm curious as to what that is. Okay, a genomic perspective on the origin and emergence of SARS-CoV-2. So, it seems like this area, or this location, or this market, was, flagged previously as, I guess, a potential hotspot, or, at risk of being the source of an emerging infectious disease. Positive environmental samples linked both to live mammal sales and to human cases at the Hunan market. We used a spatial relative risk analysis to identify potential regions of the market with an increased density of positive environmental samples. We found evidence of a region in the southwest area of the market where live mammals were on sale. Figure 4b. Here. So it looks like, So, the purple gradient, relative risk, as sort of shown here, and it looks like, there's this deep purple area in this particular segment or location of the market. Basically, a hotspot. Although environmental sampling of the market was incomplete and spatially heterogeneous, our analysis accounts for the empirical environmental sampling distribution, which was biased towards stalls related to December cases, as well as stalls that sold livestock, poultry, farmed wildlife. The distance to the nearest vendor selling live mammals and distance to the nearest human case were independently predictive of environmental sample positivity. To further investigate the robustness of these findings to possible sampling biases, we considered 3 scenarios: oversampling of live mammal and unknown meat stalls, overcounting of positive samples, and exclusion of the seafood stand near the wildlife area of the market, with 5 positive samples from our analysis. In each case, the distance to live mammal vendors remained predictive of environmental sample positivity, and the region of increased positive sample density in the southwest corner of the western section of the market remained consistent. Finally, to analyze the spatial patterning of human cases within the Hunan market, we plotted cases as a function of symptom onset from the WHO mission report. All 8 COVID-19 cases detected prior to 20th December were from the western side of the market, where mammal species were also sold. Unlike SARS-CoV-2 positive environmental samples, we found that COVID-19 cases were more diffuse throughout the building. Okay. Interesting. Again, it really seems like they're doing kind of a boots on the ground analysis of this area, where now they're tracking the cases, basically sort of in this market area, location and timing of human cases in Hunan market. So human cases, so in blue, human cases on or before December 20th. Okay. Cases after December 20th. And, as it sort of specifically say, It seems like cases or certain cases were clustered in a particular area. And it just so happens that this area was in close proximity to where, live mammals were sold in the market. Yeah. All 8 COVID-19 cases detected prior to December 20th from the western side of the market, where mammal species were also sold. Maybe just a coincidence, but probably not. Or pretty much as they say, almost certainly not. So, limitations. Just as with any study, as I said many times before, no study is perfect. No such thing as, perfect science. And every experiment, every publication has limitations. And it's good to point them out. There are several limitations to our study. We have been able to recover location data for most of the December onset COVID-19 cases identified by the WHO mission, and have been able to do so with sufficient precision to support our conclusions. However, we do not have access to the precise latitude and longitude coordinates of all these cases. Should such data exist, they may be accompanied by additional metadata, some of which we have reconstructed, but some of which, including the date of onset of each case, would be valuable for ongoing studies. We also lack direct evidence of an intermediate animal infected with a SARS-CoV-2 progenitor virus either at the Hunan market or at a location connected to its supply chain, like a farm. Additionally, no line list of early COVID-19 cases is available, and we do not have complete details of environmental sampling. Though compared to many other outbreaks, we have more comprehensive information on early cases, hospitalizations, and environmental sampling. So, yes. So, they have a high degree of confidence in their findings, but, one of the limitations that they explicitly say is that, they don't have direct evidence basically showing, the conclusion of this article is that, this market very much appears to be the epicenter of the early epicenter of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and that, based off of their analysis, the evidence points to that, some animal was likely the origin of SARS-CoV-2, and that from this animal, this non-human animal, the virus made the jump to a human. But as they explicitly say, they don't have direct evidence. They're not actually explicitly showing, like, okay, it came from this animal of this species, and, this is case number 1. They're not actually explicitly showing, like, the jump from non-human animal to human. It is technically all correlational evidence, but there are multiple lines of correlation that pretty much allows them to conclude that this is probably not a coincidence. But we also have to keep in mind that this is not direct evidence. We are not physically seeing, or we did not physically see, and we are not physically demonstrating at all. It jumped from this animal, from this species, to a human. Several lines of evidence support the hypothesis that the Hunan market was the epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that SARS-CoV-2 emerged from activities associated with live wildlife. So it's like, pretty much reiterating what I said, and that, there's multiple lines of evidence to support their hypothesis, but it's not direct evidence. Spatial analyses within the market show that SARS-CoV-2 positive environmental samples, including cages, carts, and freezers, were associated with activities concentrated in the southwest corner of the market. This is the same section where vendors were selling live mammals, including raccoon dogs, hog badgers, and red foxes, immediately prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Multiple positive samples were taken from one stall known to have sold live mammals, and the water drain proximal to this stall, as well as other storages and the nearby wildlife stall on the southwest side of the market, tested positive for SARS-CoV-2. These findings suggest that infected animals were present at the Hunan market at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, we do not have access to any live animal samples from relevant species. Additional information, including sequencing data and detailed sampling strategy, would be invaluable to test this hypothesis comprehensively. Can I ask if... Oh, and Desperado Sensei, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Super grateful. Can you pick apart a study that someone sent me about garlic curing cancer? I would like... Sure. You want to send it my way? So, I make no guarantees. But I will absolutely do my best. I'd be more than happy to give it a shot. 100%. I would actually look forward to that. So if you want to link it in the chat, or if you want to join the Discord and link it there, it's up to you. But I'm usually pretty good at that, especially when it comes to something that's medical related. In a related study, we infer separate introductions of SARS-CoV-2 lineages, A and B, into humans from likely infected animals at the Hunan market. We estimate the first COVID-19 case to have occurred in November 2019, with few human cases and hospitalizations occurring through mid-December. And also Desperado, looking forward to the panel with you on Friday and the others. A recent preprint confirms the authenticity of the CCDC report and records additional positive environmental samples in the southwestern area of the market selling live animals. This report also documents the early presence of the A lineage of SARS-CoV-2 in a Hunan market environmental sample. This, along with the lineage A cases we report in close geographical proximity to the market in December, challenges the suggestion that the market was simply a super spreading event, which would be lineage specific. Rather, it adds to the evidence presented here that lineage A, like lineage B, may have originated at the Hunan market, then spread from this epicenter into the neighborhoods surrounding the market and then beyond. Let me copy that. Thank you so much. Appreciated. Got it. I'm just going to finish this off. I'm going to dive into that. Several observations suggest that the geographic association of early COVID-19 cases with the Hunan market is unlikely to have been the result of ascertainment bias. These include few, if any, cases among Hunan market unlinked individuals are likely to have been detected by active searching in the neighborhoods around the market, only in hospitals, since all cases analyzed here were hospitalized. 2. Public health officials simultaneously became aware of Hunan-linked cases near and far from the Hunan market, not just ones near it. And 3, Hunan unlinked cases would not be expected to live significantly closer to the market than linked cases if they had been ascertained as contacts traced from those market-linked cases. And 4, seroprevalence in Wuhan was highest in the districts around the market. It is also noteworthy that the December 2019 COVID-19 cases we consider here were identified based on reviews of clinical signs and symptoms, not epidemiological factors, such as where they resided or links to the Hunan market, and that excess deaths from pneumonia rose first in the districts surrounding the market. Moreover, the spatial relationship with the Hunan market remains after removing the 2/3 of the unlinked cases residing nearest the market. So again, based off of them doing their rigorous analysis, the case distribution that they are seeing in that area, it is exceedingly unlikely that that is due to just random chance. Well, I appreciate that. I will do my best to live up to that expectation. And I'm super grateful that I was the first person that you thought of. One of the key findings of our study is that unlinked early COVID-19 patients, those who neither worked at the market or knew someone who did, nor had recently visited the market, resided significantly closer to the market than patients with a direct link to the market. The observation that a substantial proportion of early cases had no known epidemiological link had previously been used as an argument against a Hunan market epicenter of the pandemic. However, this group of cases resided significantly closer to the market than those who worked there, indicating that they had been exposed to the virus at or near the Hunan market. For market workers, the exposure risk was their place of work, not the residential locations, which were significantly further afield than those cases not formally linked to the market. Ah, okay. Interesting. At least if I'm understanding it correctly. Interesting. Where it seems like, okay, as brought up earlier in the article, as they sort of show, you know, when they looked at the cases surrounding the market, as I went through earlier, the cases that were documented that there was no direct link to the market, you know, they were actually located closer to the market, which again is super interesting. Let's see if I can find that map. Right, yeah, this clustering. Where it's like, yeah, based off of this map, in the orange dots, okay, those are the ones that appear to have a direct link to the market. And then in blue, or I guess teal, whatever, there's no link to the market. And, you know, based off of their analysis, when they looked at sort of the median distance of the cases with no link to the market, sort of counterintuitively, okay, the cases that had no known link to the market, it seems like they were located closer to the market, as opposed to the cases that actually had a, you know, a documented link to the market. They were located further away. And so one of the possible explanations that they're putting forth is that, like, yeah, sure, some of the people that had it clearly a direct link to the market, okay, were some of the workers at the market. But based off of their analysis, okay, the workers, you know, they were traveling long distances to get to the market. You know, not uncommon for anybody, where it's like, it seems like the actual workers at this market, they had a long commute, okay? And that's might be one of the, that is maybe likely one of the reasons why, sort of counterintuitively, where it's like, yeah, sure, these people have a direct link to the market, where it's like they're actual workers in the market, but they're like commuting from, you know, way further away, as opposed to like just the people living there that visit it, they live closer, but they don't have a direct link to the market. And so, you know, I think that speaks to sort of the rigorous analysis that they're carrying out, that they're able to tease this out of like, sure, you know, the fact that early on, you know, this was the argument put forth of like towards the lab leak, where it's like, oh, if you look at the cases, okay, that have no known link to the market, like, why are these cases sort of clustered in this area? And then, you know, that points to it not actually coming from the market, but, you know, that must mean that it's, you know, of lab leak origin. But then, based off of this analysis, they're able to pretty much confidently say, like, no, the reason why the people that have a direct relationship to this market and how they came down with a case of COVID-19 is because they're commuting from far away. And therefore, like, this is an argument in favor of SARS-CoV-2 originating at this market, or likely originating at this market. I think the fact that they can say that is pretty cool. So wrapping up, last few paragraphs. Our spatial analyses show how patterns of COVID-19 cases shifted between late 2019, when the outbreak began, and early 2020, as the epidemic spread widely across Wuhan. Yeah, I totally agree. Where it's like the fact that they're able to just like pinpoint cases and see the distribution, that's just a high resolution analysis, which is great. COVID-19 cases in December 2019 were associated with the Hunan market in a manner unrelated to Wuhan population density or demographic patterns, unlike the wide spatial distribution of cases observed during later stages of the epidemic in January and February. This observation fits with the evidence from other sources that SARS-CoV-2 was not widespread in Wuhan at the end of 2019. For example, no SARS-CoV-2 positive sera or influenza-like illness reports were recorded among more 40,000 blood donor samples collected up to December 2019. And none of thousands of samples taken from influenza-like illness patients at Wuhan hospitals in October-December 2019 tested for SARS-CoV-2 RNA was positive. The sustained presence of a potential source of virus transmission into the human population in late 2019, plausibly from infected live mammals sold at the Hunan market, offers an explanation of our findings and the origins of SARS-CoV-2. The pattern of COVID-19 cases reported for the Hunan market, with the earliest cases in the same part of the market as the wildlife sales and evidence of at least 2 introductions, resembles the multiple cross-species transmissions of SARS-CoV-2 subsequently observed during the pandemic from animals to humans on mink farms, and from infected hamsters to humans in the pet trade. There was an extensive network of wildlife farms in western Hubei province, including hundreds of thousands of raccoon dogs on farms in Enshi prefecture, which supplied the Hunan market. This region of Hubei contains extensive cave complexes housing Rhinolophus bats, which carry SARS RNA coronaviruses. SARS-CoV-1 was recovered from farmed masked palm civets from Hubei in 2003 and 2004. The animals on these farms, nearly 1 million, were rapidly released, sold, or killed in early 2020, apparently without testing for SARS-CoV-2. Live animals sold at the market were apparently not sampled either. By contrast, during the SARS-CoV-1 outbreaks, farms and markets remained open for over a year after the first human cases occurred, allowing sampling of viruses from infected animals. The live animal trade and live animal markets are a common theme in virus spillover events, with markets such as the Hunan market selling live mammals being in the highest risk category. The events leading up to the COVID-19 pandemic mirror the SARS-CoV-1 outbreaks from 2002 to 2004, which were traced to infected animals in Guangdong, Jiangxi, Henan, Hunan, and Hubei provinces in China. Maximum effort must now be applied to elucidate the upstream events that might have brought SARS-CoV-2 into the Hunan market, culminating in the COVID-19 pandemic. To reduce the risk of future pandemics, we must understand and then limit the routes and opportunities for virus spillover. So, I think they're being explicitly clear, at least in my mind, pretty explicitly clear here, of like, they're pretty highly confident in their conclusions of like, hey, it looks like the virus came from this market. It looks like the virus came from an animal in this market, and that it made the jump from a non-human animal to a human. And that this is a common theme. This is not an isolated incident. This has happened before. And this happened with SARS-CoV-1. It appears, based off of this evidence and this analysis, it happened again at SARS-CoV-2. And so now, maybe we should hopefully learn lessons and do our best with hopefully better research, better understanding, and better preventative measures to, prevent this from happening in the future. I think this is a very cool article. I think it's pretty thorough. But again, this doesn't mean with absolute 100% certainty that, the case is closed. That does. With absolute certainty, we can say that the virus came from here, came from an animal, non-human animal. But I think the researchers are pretty explicit of like, if you're a betting person, the odds are that there is a very high probability that this is where it came from. Yes, absolutely. Wet markets are a quagmire. And, you know, and I certainly understand to a certain extent of like for many people, okay, it's not just like, oh, uh it's just people desiring to either, you know, trade or eat exotic animals. For many people, this is like a source of nutrition for them, or maybe a source of cheap nutrition, and maybe one of their only sources of kind of cheap nutrition, and that it's not just a simple matter of like, you know, just outlawing them or banning them, right? There is probably nuance there, or probably something that, you know, is allowing these markets to perpetuate. Yeah, exactly. I have no doubt that there are deep historical roots as to why these markets still persist. Whoops. I don't know why I maximized there, but I'm going to bring up the article that you just sent. Desperado. Anti-cancer potential of homemade fresh garlic extract related to increase and okay. Yes. Well, I certainly know nutrients. Because it is a pretty quality journal. And so, you know, they do publish research, so it's legit. But let's see. Oh, and Louis 13, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Yeah, big garlic. You know, big vegetable. The use of garlic and garlic-based extracts has been linked to decreased incidence of cancer in epidemiological studies. Here we examine the molecular... okay. So this is almost certainly not a human trial, but we'll see. But I'm like almost 100% certain this is not a human trial. Here we examine the molecular and cellular activities of a simple homemade ethanol-based garlic extract. We show that cancers okay, yeah. Oh yeah. This pretty much answers my question. Cancer cells in vitro, as well as cancer growth in vivo in a syngeneic orthotopic breast cancer model. Okay. So again, this is modeling. Or rather, again, we are not using human cancer patients. That is for certain. Multiple myeloma cells were found to be especially sensitive to garlic extract. The GE was fractioned using solid phase extractions, and we identified allicin in one garlic extract fraction. However, growth inhibitory activities were found in several additional fractions. These activities were lost during freeze or vacuum drying, suggesting that the main anti-cancer compounds in garlic extract are volatile. That means that they evaporate readily. The anti-cancer activity was stable for more than 6 months in minus 20 degrees Celsius. We found that garlic extract had the activities of chemotherapeutics, as well as MAP kinase, PI3K inhibitors. Furthermore, garlic extract affects hundreds of proteins involved in cell. Okay. So I can go through this. But so first of all, the one thing to keep in mind, for any cancer research that is not using human cancer patients, is that this is all in vitro. This is basically all cells in a dish, or in this case, they also use mice. And already right there, that is a huge flaw, not a flaw, but this pretty much prevents you, okay, from being able to say that, you know, garlic extract has anti-cancer properties in humans, because this study did not test it on humans. It tested it in mice, okay? They tested it in human cells, okay? Human cells in a dish, in vitro. But that doesn't mean that it applies to a whole human organism. We have cured cancer many times in human cells in a dish, but it just so happens that, you know, curing cancer in human cells in a dish is pretty much very different than actually curing cancer in a whole human organism. And one of the reasons why is because, when it comes to exposing cancer cells in a dish, like you literally can just bathe those cancer cells in whatever compound that you're interested in testing. In this case, garlic extract, okay? Where it's like, you can, since these are cells in a dish, you can get the garlic extract right to the cells. You can just put it in the dish. But when it comes to cancer in a whole human organism, a huge problem is just accessibility to the cancer site. As in, there's a difference between putting garlic extract into cancer cells in a dish and you eating it and, somehow hoping that the garlic extract gets to the cancer cells and does its thing. There's absolutely no guarantee that garlic extract or whatever compounds in the garlic extract actually gets to those cancer cells, because it has to go through your digestive system. It has to, get into your bloodstream, etc., etc. And, there's processing as a result of your metabolism that happens. But also, another thing that I want to see in terms of what actually they do, our garlic extract was made by crushing 350 grams garlic cloves in order to activate allanase in 250 mLs, 40% ethanol using a benchtop blender. This crude garlic ethanol mixture was transferred to a glass jar with an airtight lid and stored in darkness at 4 degrees Celsius for 5 days. The liquid was then squeezed through a cloth or nylon stocking. The dry mass was discarded while the solution was distributed in 50 mLs. And yes, I know exactly what they're doing here. Yes, okay. Mammalian cancer, so yeah. Again, this is a cancer cell line. So it literally is cells in a dish. And yes, Ahmed assay, bone marrow stromal cell assay. Again, these are other cancer cells in dish. Cell death and primary. I'm sorry. I'm reading my brain, because probably me reading out loud is probably not all that entertaining, because this is all technical jargon. Tumor volume is calculated using the formula for a sphere. Okay, yes. So they're literally tracking tumor size, which makes sense. Pretty standard. Okay. So let's go through the graphs. Again, these are all viable cells. Moon, thank you so much for passing by. Yeah, vampire lobby. That would actually be pretty cool if there was a vampire lobby. Well, and they're even admitting it themselves, okay? And this is where I think it's informative to pay attention to the language that, a paper uses. Where it's like, they make it explicitly clear, garlic is potentially beneficial for cancer prevention. Despite the findings, the positive findings of their paper, they are not saying that it is beneficial. They are still saying it is potentially beneficial. So the Pope is apologizing because the Catholic Church has basically committed genocide against indigenous communities in Canada. And, well, they've also committed other human rights atrocities, across the world. But specifically in relation to Canada, multiple human rights atrocities. But, the Pope recently sort of apologized for basically the cultural genocide that the Catholic Church basically inflicted upon Indigenous communities in Canada. So yeah, like I was saying, I think the fact that they are using this language very clearly gives it away, where it's like they are not making specific claims. And another thing to keep in mind, okay, is dosage, because they are very clearly going back to the preparation of their garlic extract, where yeah, it's the homemade garlic extract, but they are preparing their garlic extract in a very particular way, where it's like 350 grams of garlic cloves. That's basically a third of a kilogram, right? That's a lot of garlic, actually. Is it not? Yeah, that's an insane. So the average clove of garlic weighs about 4 to 7 grams. Let's go with 7. Going back to the paper, 350 grams. So they are, my math is correct, they are literally using like 50 cloves of garlic. If my math is correct, using the upper limit. Yeah, 300. That's 350 grams. I don't eat a lot of garlic, but that seems like a huge amount of garlic. And so is that realistic for anybody to like consume or prepare? I don't know. Probably not. Just Canada, I think the colonial period during the late 1400s. True, yes, fair. That's totally a fair point, Desperado. That's also another, yeah, I mean, well, pretty much, there's almost no limit to the human rights atrocities that the Catholic Church has committed over its, entire history, right? Unfortunately. But that is also, yes, another thing to keep in mind. So yeah, another thing that, for this paper, not actual humans, you're using, cells in a dish, you are using an animal model, okay, a mouse. Sorry, but at the end of the day, cancer in a mouse, cancer in a specifically genetic engineered mouse is totally different than cancer that spontaneously occurs in a human. Because I mean, they are literally, they are using basically genetically engineered, or a specific genetic lineage of mice as their cancer model. And while yes, this is good research to carry out, and it will answer certain questions, but it will absolutely not answer the question of like whether this is actually effective at a human level. Because a cancer model in a mouse, like yes, there's some similarities and overlap, but at the end of the day, this is not cancer. This is not spontaneous cancer in a human. And so that's again another thing to keep in mind as to why this is not applicable. This is why you can't say, based off of this research alone, that either garlic prevents or cures cancer. And as I was sort of alluding to, or trying to make the point, is dosage is an issue, where it's like they are preparing a garlic extract in a very particular way, okay? And like I said, 350 grams of garlic cloves, that is at the very least seems like 50 garlic cloves. That's a lot of garlic. That's like, I don't know, like just bags filled with garlic. And so if you require this amount of garlic to get an effective dose for cancer prevention or treatment, or cells in a dish, you almost certainly, or rather, your ability to get that same effective dose at a human level is limited, because they are preparing this garlic extract, okay, which requires a lot of garlic, and they are basically, putting it in a dish, as in exposing the cancer cells in a dish to this, garlic extract. There's almost no way you can replicate those conditions by just consuming garlic, unless like you are literally consuming like kilograms and kilograms of garlic. Let me see if I can sort of get that point across. Fraction. Yeah, okay. So the 67 NR cells were treated with garlic extract at given concentrations. The cells were harvested after 4 and 24 hours. The cell pellet was resuspended, blah, blah, blah. Yes. The cell extracts were centrifuged at 14,000 RPM for 10 minutes. Supernates were collected after, yes. Oh, okay, this is it. Never mind. But I want to see where they give their concentration. Must be in the graphs. Okay. This is just dilutions. So yeah. So then my point still stands. When they say the cells, the 67 NR cells were treated with garlic extract at given concentrations, okay? Basically what they are doing is they are, with their cells in a dish, okay? They are pretty much just like putting the garlic extract in the dish. And then, they're doing their little experiments afterwards to see how effective it is. And so, like, you are pretty much, again, you are able to create, in a localized way, a high concentration of garlic extract. Because, like, you have direct access to the cancer cells, because they are in a dish. But, again, there's almost no way you can replicate those conditions in a human organism, unless you have like actual direct access to like whatever the cancer or the tumor, where you're able to like somehow inject it, this garlic extract into the tumor or into the cancer, and you just can't recreate those conditions. Like that is like the challenge. One of the challenges of cancer treatment is just the ability to target and like get your treatment or an effective treatment to the actual cancer, because like yes, killing cancer cells in a dish not actually all that difficult. There's multiple ways you can kill cancer cells in a dish. There's almost infinite ways you can kill cancer cells in a dish, but it's almost virtually impossible, or like it's a huge challenge to recreate those conditions in a human organism. And so even if this garlic extract, which is a high concentration, and sure, it doesn't necessarily surprise me that a high concentration of garlic extract, if you expose it to cancer cells in a dish, it'll kill those cancer cells. But you just can't recreate those conditions, or again, it's exceptionally difficult to recreate those conditions at a human level, because you have to consume the garlic, and it has to, be digestive, go through your bloodstream, and then, through your bloodstream somehow make it to the cancer. As in, for example, to use, hopefully make the point clear, as in, they are using specific concentrations of garlic extract. To, maybe simplify it, let's say, for example, they're using a 1% concentration of garlic extract, okay? And they find, okay, that 1% of garlic extract, when you just pour it in the dish with those cancer cells, that 1% of garlic extract destroys those cancer cells. But that means that you, at the very least, require 1% of garlic extract to have effect on those cancer cells. But now the question is, can you generate, 1% garlic extract in your bloodstream? The answer is probably not. Or the answer is you probably have to consume like so much garlic to, get the concentration of garlic extract in your bloodstream so high for it to be effective on those cancer cells. Yeah, so yes, exactly correct, Bob Marley. Where it's totally not totally different, but it is very much different of like what happens to COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2 virus in vitro is totally different than the therapy treating a human patient. This is why, or one of the reasons why, all these hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, all those other sort of treatments that didn't pan out. It's because, yes, there were early signals showing that maybe, for example, hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin, it was effective when, SARS-CoV-2 was infecting cells in a dish. And, you can just bathe your infected cells in ivermectin. But that doesn't mean that you can effectively bathe your cells in ivermectin in a human organism. The same principle holds true, where if your cancer cells in a dish require a 10% garlic extract, well, it's easy to replicate a 10% garlic extract solution in a dish because you can just pour it in. But actually to get, 10% garlic extract concentration in your body, you probably have to consume, or there's no guarantee that whatever garlic extract they use here in this paper, that by, you drinking it, you consuming it, that you have the same concentration occurring in your system. I would say that's probably, those are probably the three main points that prevents you from being able to say that garlic extract, based off of this research alone, either cures or prevents cancer. But let me just make sure that I get the anti-cancer potential. Well, I would say it's even built into the title, where it's anti-cancer potential. This is just another way of saying there's a chance that fresh garlic extract has anti-cancer properties, right? I would say the authors are being explicit and transparent here. Of like, they're not saying anti-cancer properties of homemade fresh garlic extract. They are saying anti-cancer potential. Of like, what they're saying here is that this research, it's worthy to pursue further research to really be able to say with confidence that maybe this might be effective in humans. Revered Sim, welcome. And also, thank you so much for the positive feedback. And I hope you're doing well. And again, thank you so much for passing by. Super grateful. And so that would be sort of my line of argumentation, Desperado. Where it's like, one, no human patients, no human cancer patients are involved in this research. And in order to be able to prove that any sort of therapy is effective in humans, you have to use human patients at the very least. Two, okay, is that they're using a very specific garlic extract. A homemade garlic extract that requires, 50, or at the very least 50 cloves of garlic. That's like, to me, that's like a mountain of garlic. And three, the dosage that they use for cells in a dish, you probably or almost certainly can't replicate that in a human, or it has yet to be determined that you can replicate that in a human. And that the best thing that you can say at most is that, in a mouse model of cancer, garlic extract appears to maybe potentially have some anti-cancer properties. That is, and I haven't read the end of this article, but I'm pretty sure we'll find out. But I'm reasonably sure that it probably concludes with like, oh, this warrants further research, maybe at a human level. The beneficial effects of garlic have been known for centuries. Our understanding of the molecular mechanisms that underlay these effects is steadily increasing. Here we show that a homemade garlic extract has anti-cancer activities, both in vitro and in vivo, but in vivo in mice, and that the activity is stable for more than 6 months if stored in the freezer. In agreement with multiple recent studies, our data support a mechanism by which OSCs in garlic extract trigger apoptosis. Apoptosis is cell death, programmed cell death to be specific, via endoplasmic reticulum stress and effects on the cellular redox regulation. However, the molecular mechanisms of the anti-cancer effects mediated by garlic are highly complex and likely different in different cancer cells. So even they are saying that they don't fully understand all of the anti-cancer effects. What are your thoughts on an actual cure for cancer? Do you think it's realistic, or will it likely not be one blanket treatment? That's a fantastic question. And based off of what I know of cancer, which if you go through any sort of molecular biology program, like cancer will come up over and over, because that's like sort of the hallmark condition to study that everyone knows of, and at the very least probably everyone can relate to some extent. Either unfortunately you, someone you know, a loved one, someone you care about is probably affected by cancer at some point in their life, unfortunately. And yes, given what we know of cancer, it seems like, or rather, we have a high degree of confidence that, there are multiple causes or multiple contributing factors of cancer, ones that are largely, or that can be largely driven by genetic factors, okay? Like we know, for example, certain forms of breast cancer are almost like exclusively genetically driven. And so for, treatment of that, it is almost certainly, a genetic approach, probably either modification of their genetic code, as opposed to things more like environmental. It's probably some other thing. As in, basically to answer your question, it's probably not going to be one blanket treatment. I wouldn't think. Given that we have quite a bit of research, and we have quite a bit of knowledge pointing to the fact that, there's multiple, various different causes of cancer. And so to design just one that addresses, all of those causes, probably unlikely. But you never know. It is totally possible, and, technology can never cease to surprise us. And you're welcome. I'm hoping that was helpful. And if you have like other questions or maybe other specific things that you want me to cover, I'll gladly do my best. But those are the few things that I would rely on and sort of use to push back the fact that they put the word potential in the title itself, of like even they themselves aren't willing to, say that this is applicable to humans. Disclaimer at the bottom of the page. You mean at the very bottom? I'm not 100% sure. Like, in the very bottom, I don't see. Are you referring to this? I might be blind and I just don't see a disclaimer. Oh, check the. Oh, okay. As in, check the PDF. You. I'm not seeing this, at least not to my eye. I might just be glossing over it, but I don't see any sort of explicit disclaimer. And like under conflict of interest, they don't report anything, which I don't know what conflict of interest there would be on whatever a garlic study. You know, I'm hoping, you know, big garlic doesn't actually exist. I think that would be a sad state of affairs. But I'm not. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what disclaimer you are seeing, but it does not appear for me. But I am actually curious. Do I think Big Pharma would suppress the... No, I think that... I've also heard that, that sort of conspiracy theory, before, as well. Not only when it comes to, a cure for cancer, but like a cure for any disease. Of like, it's just not, it's not in the interest of any company, any pharmaceutical company, to cure anything, right? Because, you know, the more you are reliant on their drugs, well, that's just a steady flow of income, right? And that's sort of, there's even, you know, that's also one of the things that they say about vaccines. So like, it's not in the pharmaceutical not in the pharmaceutical industry's interest to develop vaccines, because, you know, why prevent a disease when you can, you know, you can design some sort of regular treatment, right? Better to design, you know, an antiviral that someone has to take for the rest of their life, as opposed to, you know, vaccinating, you know, one or a few doses and, you know, they're set for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. Oh, I will check that out. Give me a moment. Oh, okay, I see. That's pretty standard, actually. Yeah, that... Oh, this there's this disclaimer here, but okay, this is a PubMed disclaimer. This is not a journal disclaimer. I think I know what you mean. But yeah, that disclaimer is pretty standard. That doesn't really point to anything. That's just like something just about every journal is obliged to say. Pretty much like absolving them of any liability. I'm just like, you know, if you treat this as any sort of you know, medical advice, well, that's on you. Don't blame the journal nutrients, basically. So like, yeah, to answer your question, Bob Marley, the answer I would say is I think it's highly unlikely that a cure for cancer would be suppressed, because, as I sort of alluded to earlier, just about everyone, okay, is affected by cancer in some way. As in, you know, unfortunately, either you, someone you know, someone you care about, someone in your life will unfortunately almost certainly be affected by cancer in their lifetime. And that holds true for pharmaceutical executives, where it's like pharmaceutical executives, they are not immune to the consequences of cancer. And so, you know, I'd have, not impossible, but I have a hard time believing that, you know, if some sort of pharmaceutical exec knew of a cure for cancer, or they knew of a pathway to get to a cure for cancer, that they wouldn't pursue it. I would hoping that would be the case, that they would just like either suppress it or say, hey, let's not pursue this avenue of research because it could cure cancer, because they probably know someone I would almost certainly they know someone that is affected by cancer, and it's someone that they care about. And I would hope that a pharmaceutical executive or CEO is not that cold-hearted. I could be wrong totally, and it may very well be the case that every pharmaceutical exec or CEO is just a sociopath. But I'm hoping there's at least a few. I'm hoping majority have enough of a caring heart in them that if someone in their life that they care about is affected by cancer, that they would want to treat that. And so yeah, I don't think that's true, but I can understand that line of argumentation. All right, so thank you so much, Desperado Sensei, for sending that. Always love going over and making an attempt, hopefully shine more light on research. And also, I should say that all of my criticisms towards this article does not mean that it's discredited or debunked, so to say. Like, this is still valid research. This is still good research. The findings and conclusions are still valid. But I'm just pushing back against the notion that you cannot use this type of research to make claims that are relevant to humans, because the human trials haven't been carried out yet. Like, this is still good research, but you can only extrapolate to the limits of the study. And the limits of the study are that they used cancer cells in a dish and they used mice. And so anything that you can say about garlic, any positive effects that you can say about garlic from this research, only applies to cancer cells in a dish and mice. And that you can't go beyond that, because we haven't tested beyond that, at least based off of this research alone. Because I don't want to get the message across that, if an article is criticized, or, if an article has some shortcomings, that it's automatically bad or discredited. No, this is still seems to be a good quality study. It's just that you can't overstep your conclusions. So, as the other stream topic in my title, why doesn't it have a sample size of mice? What exactly do you mean by that, if you want to clarify? Because I'm not sure I understand your question. Because mice were included in that study. Like they did do trials. In mice. Right. Well, not, I wouldn't say trials, but they attempted to treat cancer in mice. Oh, I see. No, I might have made a mistake. Sorry. Yeah, okay. No. So even worse. Sorry. Not even worse. So yeah, so they did the total number of test subjects, total number of petri dishes. Oh, so you're asking why don't they have they don't give you the specific number of mice. I think they do. Yeah, right here. 32 female, this is they're just giving, if I remember correctly, the genetic sort of lineage of the mice. So like, yeah, that would be the sample size. 32 female mice. Oh, and to answer your question, also a good question. Total number. So, yeah, when it comes to cells in a dish, we're not necessarily concerned with the number of dishes. We're concerned with the number of cells. Which is why, like, they use something as simple as, like, viable cells, like percentage. We don't necessarily care about the number of dishes, but just mostly just, like, actual number of, like, cells in the dish. And yeah, it seems like they used 32 female mice. Well, no, they didn't. Well, technically, it was all blind, right? I mean, blind to the mice, because the mice, here is where the term blind or double blind only applies, generally speaking, exclusively to human trials. Because blinding means, do the patients know whether they're getting the treatment or not, right? Whether placebo or the actual active treatment. Since they're only using cells in a dish and mice, then it's only blind, right? Because, like, the mice are obviously not going to know whether they're receiving treatment or not. And so even that question alone, like, this is in no way any sort of double blind trial. Like, that that's pretty much exclusively reserved for human trials. And that's why it's like, given the fact that it's only mice and cancer cells in a dish, it's basically, you can't extrapolate to humans. Oh, well, so when it comes to blinding or not, we are mostly, or we're, one of our primary concerns is, like, the placebo effect, right? And, well, it's kind of assumed, so to speak, that mice cannot be, they can't have a placebo effect. Well, they're always under placebo effect to a certain extent, because, like, they don't know any better. Like, they don't know what's going on. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow. Donald Trump is a mommy. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. And so, like, that type of bias, like, they don't need to correct for. This is just straight statistical analysis. And it's just, like, raw numbers. They don't necessarily need to correct for biases, because biases, at least biases like, you know, placebo effect and all that stuff, like, they aren't relevant to this line of research. Or, like, it doesn't come into play in this line of research. Hopefully that answers your question. And if you have more, by all means, send them my way. No, but I have it in my catalog of research that I want to go through, for sure, because that did look like a very cool study, where it's like, yeah, if I remember correctly, it's that MIT study, pretty much showing that, you know, giving people UBI doesn't make them lazy. And so I do want to cover that, and that's in my queue of research to cover, for sure. So, yeah, on the second topic of my stream title, you know, I sort of, I consider the Pope sort of doing an apology tour, at least in Canada. Probably the Catholic Church should be doing apology tours, like 24/7, 365, because I think they have a lot to apologize for. Not only, you know, the cultural genocide of Indigenous communities in Canada, but, you know, a bunch of other stuff that, I can devote multiple streams to. But this is just, one thing where it's like, yes, uh, this is the Catholic Church's attempt at, trying to make amends with the indigenous communities. Where it's like, it seems like, at the very least, this Pope recognizes that, some sort of genocide took place. Oh yeah, absolutely. I would love to talk about that at some point, because I have no problem admitting that I'm pretty ignorant on Japanese history. And, I have some limited knowledge and understanding of Japanese culture. But when it comes to the history, you can pretty much consider me an idiot. And that is something that I would very much like to know more about. Because, well, I think every country has a rich history. But at least to me, obviously Japanese history, I think, is pretty rich as well. So, Pontiff concludes a penitential pilgrimage of reconciliation between Catholic Church and indigenous people. While the word genocide wasn't heard in any of Pope Francis's addresses during a week-long trip to Canada, on his flight back to Rome, he said everything he described about the residential school system and its forced assimilation of indigenous children amounts to genocide. I didn't use the word genocide because it didn't come to mind, but I described a genocide, Pope Francis told reporters on the papal flight from Iqaluit to Rome on Friday. Over the last week, the Pope visited Edmonton, Quebec City, and Iqaluit on a penitential pilgrimage of healing, reconciliation, and hope between the Catholic Church and Indigenous people. The MIT study was from a super cool economist couple that both won the Nobel Prize, and the wife was the second woman. And oh, okay. Well then, I wanted to cover it before, and all the more reason now to cover it. The Japanese caste system and the papal decree for church control over non-Christian lands. Yeah, like this is all. Again, this is all stuff that I'm ignorant about, and that sounds like something I should know about, for sure. Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you, Bob Marley, but I would say the bar is set pretty low, in my opinion, at least in my assessment. I would say it's not that difficult to appear woke, given the history of Catholic Church. But, like, I can understand that sort of sentiment of, like, yeah, relatively speaking, I would say the label of woke is applicable to Pope Francis. I would say, for me personally, still, not that I'm a fan of the Catholic Church, or that I care all that much about the Pope. But, I would... maybe I can bring up the stories. But, despite, this apology tour, like, the Catholic Church is still, like... So there are lawsuits in Canada that, indigenous communities, are bringing towards the Catholic Church, or certain churches, Catholic churches in Canada. And you see these churches, like, doing some very shady things to avoid these lawsuits. I'll try and dig up some of these stories. But, like, yeah, like, basically, in my opinion, these apologies are just, like, surface level or PR things. But at the end of the day, like, the Catholic Church, or at the very least, like, some Catholic churches in Canada are still, like, are still committing, basically, human rights atrocities, towards multiple communities in Canada. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's also fair as well. While addressing residential school survivors and their families, in Masco, I'm not even gonna pretend that I know how to pronounce that. Alberta, Francis expressed deep sorrow for harm suffered at the church-run schools and asked for forgiveness for the wrong done by so many Christians to the indigenous peoples. And sort of, to my point, a little bit, like, this is mostly just a PR thing. And that, one of some indigenous communities are like attempting to like get money as part of like reparations from the Catholic Church. And like the Catholic Church is like actively like pushing against that. As in like, yeah, they'll say sorry, but they won't actually like pay or like, you know, attempt to, not that money will make up for all of the human rights atrocities, but it's a step in the right direction. Like when indigenous communities are trying to extract money as part of like the reparations process from the Catholic Church, at least in Canada, like the Catholic Church is being like, no, sorry, you're not going to get any money from us. Or like, you know, they will exploit every legal loophole to prevent paying certain indigenous communities. And well, yeah, I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert, let's say on whatever Catholic doctrine, but you know, I'm pretty knowledgeable about what the Catholic Church does, at least here in Canada, and some of the crazy things that they do. The anti-capitalists, or at least pro-significantly changed. Oh well, then you know, I guess that's whatever, a glimmer of hope in the Catholic Church, if in fact this is maintained in subsequent popes. Yeah, the Catholic Church ran over half of the residential schools in Canada. More than 150,000 First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children were forced to attend the government-funded schools between the 1870s and 1997. I think that's another thing to sort of keep in mind that I don't think many people will recognize, is that, you know, very often residential schools are sort of brought up as something like, you know, very far in our past. But it's not that far. Like 1997, that's I'm a little bit older, but that's very much within my lifetime. As in like when I was learning about residential schools in like high school and elementary school, like it was still a thing. They were still occurring in some areas in Canada. Yeah, exactly, Desperado. Like recent history. That's I think, you know, understandably, like unless you're deeply familiar with Canadian history, which I wouldn't even expect many Canadians to be deeply familiar with Canadian history. But like, yeah, as it's sort of in the popular press, you know, understandably, for people reading about it in other countries, like for example Americans, you know, I would understand why they're under the impression that, you know, this is some like long ago history in Canada. But no, like it's quite recent, and sadly so. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which released its final report in 2015, concluded that the school system amounted to cultural genocide. Since 2021, when the discovery of hundreds of unmarked graves at former residential school sites waved across the news, many are calling what had transpired more than cultural genocide. Last year, NDP Member of Parliament Leah Gazan made a failed bid for Parliament to recognize the residential school experience as genocide, as she believes it meets the definition of genocide drafted by the United Nations. The United Nations defines the term as a number of acts committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, such as killing members, inflicting bodily or mental harm to members, deliberate physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intending to prevent births within a group, or forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Oh, well, that's, I'm happy to hear that. You know, as much as I'm, you know, more than happy to criticize Canada, at the end of the day, like, I'm happy to live in Canada. But I fully recognize that Canada has a lot of ground to make up for, and a lot of, like, even Canada itself should be pretty much on its own apology tour to Indigenous communities. And that we still very much mistreat indigenous communities to this day, and that bigotry and discrimination against indigenous communities still very much exists in Canada, unfortunately. I don't think the Pope culture can become more conservative. If in 2030 the new Pope starts being anti-gay or really economically conservative, I don't think that would be accepted. Yeah, like I understand. So here's where I think it gets tricky. Where it's like, what are the Pope's like actual true beliefs versus like what are the things that he has to believe or profess to believe as a result of him obviously being the head of the Catholic Church, right? Where sort of similar, not similar, very loosely similar to like Obama. Like I think it was pretty clear, like before Obama actually like said, "Hey, I've evolved on same-sex marriage." I think it's pretty clear that Obama was pro same-sex marriage before he actually evolved and came out in support of same-sex marriage. But I think since Obama recognized that, the culture has shifted, and that, it's now more culturally accepted, that's when, Obama, came out in support of same-sex marriage, and, he evolved on the issue. Even though I think most people pretty much recognized that, he was pro same-sex marriage or had that private belief, but just couldn't profess it because of, the culture at the time. I'm curious how much that holds true with the Pope, of like how much, what are the Pope's actual like privately held beliefs versus what he has to say his beliefs are, as a result of, again, being head of the Catholic Church. Where like, would it surprise me if like in, the deep recesses of the Pope's mind or brain, he's actually like okay with same-sex marriage, but he just has to, be against it because obviously he's the head of the Catholic Church? That wouldn't necessarily surprise me. So that's an excellent question, Desperado. I'm pretty yeah, I don't know that I can speak with a high degree of confidence in terms of, I think it's universal in that each province absolutely has an element of discrimination against indigenous communities, my province included, Quebec. But will I say it's uniform throughout, as in, is each province, exactly the same sort of, or rather, does each province express the exact same amount of, bigoted views against indigenous communities in each province? I would say the answer would be no. Where it's like, it occurs in each province, but it varies. As in, what I can say, that at least in my province, Quebec, like if you stick to basically the cities or like the high population density areas, I mean, similar to the US, where it's like cities tend to be liberal and fairly progressive, and therefore, less discrimination. The same thing holds true in Quebec, where it's like in our small cities, for example, Montreal, it's progressive and there's less discrimination. But as you get into more and more rural areas, the more, very rural areas of Quebec, you will almost certainly find more bigoted views towards indigenous communities. And like, I can't say for certain since I've never been to Alberta or the Western provinces, but like, I'm reasonably knowledgeable about them since, I read up on them quite a bit. Where it's like, given the fact that Alberta and the Western provinces tend to be way more rural. I mean, Western Canada is essentially like way more conservative. And then Eastern Canada tends to be more progressive, or at the very least, more left-leaning. And so there's a little bit of a divide, where I think the more out west you go, there will generally be probably a little bit more discrimination towards indigenous communities than in the more east. But absolutely each province will have certain segments of the population that are unfortunately have bigoted views towards indigenous communities. The Pope is definitely incentivized to portray woke values, because otherwise the Catholic Church would likely lose all institutional power it still has left. Yeah. And it's amazing to me, sort of, at least how much power the Catholic Church, or how much sway globally the Catholic Church still has. I'm really hoping it's only a matter of time before it just fades into oblivion. The National Center for Truth and Reconciliation in Winnipeg, which holds the records gathered by the TRC, has documented over 4,000 children who died at residential schools thus far. In his multiple speeches over the week, Pope Francis described the school system as a policy of assimilation and enfranchisement, and that it harmed families by undermining their language, culture, and worldview. I condemned it. Taking away children, changing culture, the mind, traditions, a so-called race, a whole culture, Pope Francis told reporters. Yes, it's a technical word, genocide. I didn't use it because it didn't come to mind, but yes, I described it. Yes, it's a genocide. So, even though he didn't say it at the time during his address, during his quote-unquote apology, at the very least, when he was following up with reporters, he used the word genocide. At least he recognized that at some point. Indigenous people from coast to coast have been calling for papal bulls that make up the doctrine of discovery to be rescinded. The calls grew louder at each stop of the papal visit, with arguments being made that the papal bulls or edicts are the root cause of genocide against Indigenous peoples and laid the foundation for Canada to establish assimilation policies like the residential school system. When asked about issuing a statement on the doctrine of discovery, Francis did not answer the question directly, but talked about it as a doctrine of colonization. It's true, it's bad, it's unjust, even today it's used, he said. That mentality that we're superior and Indigenous people don't count, that's why we have to work on what was done that was bad. But with the awareness that even today, that same colonialism exists. Well, again, in words, this all sounds good in words. But let's see if I can, bring up the stories of what the Catholic Church in Canada is doing to Indigenous communities. Yes, this one didn't take long, not surprisingly. Millions meant for residential school survivors spent on Catholic Church lawyers' administration documents. Is the Catholic Church influencing Canada because of the French control? So yeah, again, another great question. So totally, I can only speak as a Quebecer since I live in Quebec, and since Quebec is a fairly nationalistic province, and so as part of going to high school in Quebec, you specifically take Quebec history courses. And totally, at one point, the Catholic Church was a huge part of Quebec. Basically, the Catholic Church basically control Quebec. There was actually, an entire revolution devoted to that transition from Quebec basically being controlled by the Catholic Church, or basically being kind of controlled by, a religious institution, to a more secular province. It's called called the Quiet Revolution. That is basically sort of our transition period from basically going from essentially a religious province to a more secular province. Which had previously been in the hands of the Roman Catholic Church. A primary change was an effort by the provincial government to take more direct control over the fields of healthcare and education, which had previously been in the hands of the Roman Catholic Church. There's absolutely also, a deep-rooted history of the Catholic Church, particularly in French-controlled parts. Exactly. This definitely wasn't a violent, or less, in any meaningful sense of the word, was not violent. Not that this was like perfectly peaceful or anything like that. But this was not like a war revolution. I apologize if I mispronounce, but Anosmia, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. What's up indeed. Hope you're doing well. And so also part of this quiet revolution was, this is one of the reasons why, okay. Thank you for the correction. Anosmia. I will try to keep that in mind. This stream is about, it depends on the day and sort of what I want to cover. But it's typically very often about science, a little bit of politics, and the blending of the two, and news as well. Right now, I'm located in Quebec, Canada. And right now, the Pope is visiting Canada. As part of, as I say, their apology tour. They're trying to make amends with Indigenous communities. And so I'm covering that a bit. Desperado Sensei asked about sort of the history of the Roman Catholic Church in Quebec. So now I'm covering that a bit. Of like, the Roman Catholic Church definitely has a large history in Quebec. No, absolutely not. No. I pretty much, cover North America, or, well, I guess you could say Western news. Since, I read a lot of, BBC, The Guardian, so not only Canadian news, definitely not. And, like, if there's ever any news stories that, you happen to, that followers want me to cover, you're more than welcome to recommend, or post links in the Discord. I try to, be pretty open in terms of the things that I cover. What was I saying? Right. So the Quiet Revolution. So yeah, part of the Quiet Revolution in Quebec was this transition from basically being controlled by the Catholic Church to being a more secular society. And this is also one of the reasons why, generally speaking, Quebec has sort of a vein of nationalism to it, for why the Quebecois people tend to be fairly nationalistic or pro-Quebec. It's because there was also a transition from, many people view Quebec as a xenophobic province, and totally that's not a completely invalid label to put on Quebec. But many people, I think, sort of don't fully understand the history of Quebec and where it's coming from. I definitely cover, I wouldn't say I heavily cover, just because, conspiracy theories can, some of them are worth covering, some of them are not. But I totally, occasionally, cover conspiracy theories from time to time. It's just a matter of like whether it's worthy of coverage, because some of them are so obscure that it's not worthy of coverage. If you want to join the Discord, I think you should be able to join the Discord with that link. Right. So yeah, the xenophobic nature of Quebec largely stems from the view that, Quebec is intolerant. And it's particularly intolerant of, anybody who's not French, because, the Quebecois people are fairly nationalistic. and proud of Quebec. But a lot of this stems from the fact that, historically speaking, even though Quebec has a long history of, a French population, like, the French people didn't actually have control over the province. As in, for the longest time, Quebec was controlled by, like, the English-speaking world of Canada. Where it's like, basically, Quebec as a province, the French people in Quebec didn't have control over, their own province. Okay? And so there was this growing resentment to a certain extent. And, part of the Quiet Revolution was the French people, basically kind of taking control of Quebec. As in, not only will we no longer be controlled by the Catholic Church, but also now we will no longer be controlled by, basically, English-speaking Canada. And there's a lot of still lingering resentment in, let's say, the older generations of French-speaking Quebecers, because, they were alive back then, when, basically the English people, English Canada, looked down upon French-speaking Quebecers, where it's like, for the longest time, French Quebecois people were viewed as second-class citizens. Okay, and so this sort of nationalistic pride that French people have, Quebecois people have, it's largely, I would say, a response to them being viewed for the longest time as, second-class citizens. And I say this as an Anglophone. I say this as someone who, pretty much, Quebecois people, don't really like people like me all that much, because I haven't fully embraced, Quebecois culture. My French, I don't speak French all that well. But given the history of Quebec, like, I understand why, French-speaking Quebecers have a certain lingering resentment towards English people. It's historical. And an example of that, okay, is the Durham Report. I don't know, how much coverage this gets outside of Quebec history. I wouldn't expect anyone outside of, Quebec, or whatever, I guess Canada, to know what the Durham Report is. But the Durham Report is basically, Britain's assessment of, like, the French people and French culture, where it's like, this particular person, Lord Durham, was basically commissioned to report on the affairs of British North America, where it's like, basically sending this person saying, hey, go report back to us, basically about, French-speaking Canada. And let's see, and you can see, it's highlighted here, Lord Durham believed that to eliminate the possibility of rebellions, French Canadians must be overwhelmed by British culture and the English language. Where it's like, basically in the report, Lord Durham said, like, hey, we gotta assimilate these French people. Like, in some sense, they're savages. And so, like, we with just our English and British superiority, we just gotta, conquer them. And so that's where some of this, deep-seated resentment lies. Where it's like, why are you looking down upon us? Oh, and Montreal Player, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. And this totally base move of taking power from the oppressors is the reason Quebec is able to be criticized for Bill 21. No, that's, yeah, and totally I have no problem in admitting that all of the steps that Quebec is taking in order to preserve their culture and their language, like, it's totally steps in the wrong direction. But like, I understand the mentality. I don't agree with it. I think it's wrong. I think it's stupid. But I understand it's rooted in something, and that it's rooted in history, and that there is certainly a better way for Quebec to go about it. But that's probably just, like, I don't know, the easiest and maybe the most appealing way for, you know, to win political points, I guess. But like, I do understand why they approach it this way, as much as I disagree with it. And so, yeah, sort of, as I alluded to, like, this Pope apology tour, it seems to be mostly just a PR stunt. But that, like, when you actually look into what Canadian Catholic churches are doing, and like when Indigenous communities or residential school survivors are like trying to like get money from the Catholic Church as, you know, some attempt at reconciliation, the Catholic Church is being like, no money from us. We will fight you legally. It's funny, all of Twitch in English Canada seems to still think the same thing. These savages need have their ability to defy woke federalism. Wait, yeah, no, so, and here's where, you know, it's tricky. Where, like, me as a Quebecer also, as an Anglophone Quebecer, okay? Like, yes, there's many things that I have no problem criticizing Quebec about. But I can understand it historically of where it comes from. Like, it's totally wrong. It's totally stupid and silly. But I think to just blanketly label Quebec as just like, it's just xenophobic, I think that's a little bit of a mischaracterization. And that's just, I don't think that's fully understanding Quebec history. Yeah, no, like, oh wow, thank you so much.
I donated $3.
Much appreciated. Super grateful for the donation. And like, you just got here, so even more grateful. Yeah, can't thank you enough. And yeah, like, I have no problem admitting I'm fully Anglophone. Like, at one point, I guess you could have considered me bilingual. But like, my French is just degraded to like non-existence just because I never practiced it. You know, I had some ability in high school, but after I graduated high school, I never took French courses. And you can pretty much consider me fully Anglophone. And you know, Quebec wants people like me to, you know, assimilate and pick up the French language, or at least continue to speak it. But yet, at the same time, like, I understand that, you know, given Quebec's history, that there's a resentment towards English people. If anything, yes, there's a certain amount of discrimination towards English people. Yeah, and I take your point. No, I know in terms of healthcare and all that stuff, even though they say that healthcare shouldn't be affected, and that, you know, the politicians say, or the government says, that like, yeah, if you want healthcare services in English, then you will get healthcare services in English. You know, I'll believe that when I see it. I'll believe that when, you know, at my next appointment at the MUHC, I'm still able to speak in English with my specialist. And they only knew the parts of the culture that are, you got Automut, really? I did not see that. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know. That is loud. I guess that is much like how people will say Japan is a general culture, but they, yeah, that's why it's like, you know, I certainly have criticisms of Japan, okay? But I understand, and I'm more than willing to admit that I'm ignorant on Japan, or at least, in comparison to you, Desperado, like what I understand, who lives there and has an extensive history in Japan. And so, like, I want to be careful in terms of, like, sure, based off of what I read about Japan, there are certain things I can criticize, but I also understand that I'm probably working with incomplete information, and that there might be something that I'm not understanding, or there's a history there that I'm not understanding. Oh yes, I do. Absolutely. I should be streaming. I'm hopefully streaming on YouTube now, but the YouTube channel is there, where, like, all the VODs, my past VODs, are saved. Thank you so much, Montreal player. Check that out.
So aggressively is to burn off all the maple syrup and poutine calories.
Okay, you're a bigot. That's what you are. Okay, and quite frankly, I've had enough of the French Canadian bigotry on this website. All right. Every goddamn time I go into a chat, okay, or some kind of Discord thing, or literally anything, someone has to make a fucking comment about me being French Canadian, poutine, fucking maple syrup, ha wee wee. I'm sure Mr. Geek gets baguette jokes all the goddamn time. No, it's like everyone in this website, okay, they have this like bigotry boner, right? That they just need to stroke all the time, and they're like, oh good, white ethnicity, I can go ham. Finally, I can make fun of other ethnicities again. My ethnic jokes can come out. Okay.
In my case, though, it's kind of just because the border's closed, and I really, really want to go back into Montreal and visit.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, now you have French friends. Okay, I get it.
So aggressively.
Yeah, no, and I think I totally take your point, Montreal player. Where I've experienced the same thing. Where it's like, if someone learns that I'm from Quebec, I'm like, yeah, the bigotry totally comes out. Or like the label of like, oh, you're from Quebec. Like, well, Quebec's just a xenophobic province, and it's just like purely racist. Not recognizing that there's way more to Quebec than that. First of all, like that, there's the history. There's also, generally speaking, if you compare, I would say if you compare all the provinces in Canada, like Quebec is like the most progressive. Like the orange wave of the NDP, that was driven by Quebec. That comes from somewhere. That comes from Quebec, generally speaking, being very progressive, and at making attempts to be secular, imperfectly attempts. I don't take this as serious, but it's funny how the same people who scold us about making ethnic assumptions. Yeah, no, there's absolutely hypocrisy tied to it. You are not wrong at all. And like, yeah, like, even though like I'm Anglophone, I'm not gonna make fun of like French Canadians. And if I ever do that, if you ever catch me doing that, Montreal player, like, feel free to call me up, because I'm not in favor of that either. Where it's like, yeah, just because, like, yes, there are certain bills that the government of Quebec is passing, and certain legislation can be interpreted as, kind of potentially xenophobic or discriminatory, and therefore, like, yeah, many people on the outside feel free and feel justified in, basically being racist towards French Canadians. Like, obviously, that's not cool. I didn't know baguettes were considered micro. Actually, I think I've seen some of your pictures of you making baguettes. Well, I think I've seen pictures of many of your foods, which look delicious. Yep, I am a PhD candidate. I'm a scientist. So, to, cover, what some of the actions that the actual, do you mean location? I'm in Quebec, Canada. Or do you mean at my actual university? If you want to clarify. So, yeah, to cover some of the actions that the actual Catholic Church in Canada is doing against Indigenous communities. or residential school survivors. Where it's like, yeah, you know, you have the Pope apologizing. But then, like I said, the Catholic Church seems to have no problem getting in a legal battle with indigenous communities so that they don't have to pay a penny to, the indigenous communities that, they have basically performed a cultural genocide against. Well, I'm located in Quebec. And, well, with enough I'm not going to freely give away my university, but with enough clever Googling, you can probably find it. Since I have scientific publications, my name is right here on Twitch. If you're enough of a Google sleuth, you can find out which university I'm affiliated with. So the Roman Catholic Church spent millions of dollars that were supposed to go to residential school survivors on lawyers, administration, a private fundraising company, and unapproved loans, according to documents obtained by BBC News. The documents include a host of other revelations. They appear to contradict the Catholic Church's public claims about money paid to survivors. There are also a large number of serious accounting discrepancies that are alarming to Canada, states one document, a 53-page federal government factum, summarizing the evidence in a 2015 court matter. None of the other churches involved in the landmark Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement of 2005, Anglican, United, and Presbyterian, engaged in any of these practices. They all paid the full amounts agreed to years ago without incident. Oh, thank you. I look forward to that. I will definitely be eating after the stream. The Catholic Church never ended up having to legally justify its activity. On the eve of the 2015 hearing on the matter, Saskatchewan Court of Queen's Bench Justice Neil Gabrielson approved the church's controversial buyout proposal, and the case was closed. Advocates for survivors say they're disgusted and that the Catholic Church must be held accountable. This is unbelievably, absolutely gross. It's completely wrong, said Mary Ellen, a former Saskatchewan Provincial Court judge and director of the University of British Columbia's Indian Residential School History and Dialogue Center in Vancouver. He reviewed the documents at CBC's request. How could anyone do something like this? None of the lawyers involved in the 2015 case could be reached for comment on Wednesday. No surprise. The Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops declined an interview request. An official noted the CCCB was not a party to the settlement. Individual dioceses and orders created a corporation to oversee the deal. However, the official said Canada's bishops are committed to continue engaging and listening. She noted the historic delegation traveling this December to the Vatican. That delegation plans to ask Pope Francis to visit Canada. So sort of a preview of things to come. This was published, I think, last year or the year before. Yeah, almost exactly a year ago. July 29, 2021. Document lays out where church claims money went. The factum and other documents obtained by CBC News form part of the court record in the 2015 case involving the federal government and the Catholic Church. A source directly involved in the case verified their authenticity. CBC News is not naming the source because they fear repercussions. The opening paragraph of the factum states that the Catholic Church has breached its obligations in the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. Aside from a failed $25 million fundraising campaign, the church was required to pay $29 million in cash with strict criteria for its use. The church was also allowed to meet its final $25 million commitment with in-kind services. The factum, written by federal lawyers Alexander Gay and Anne McConville, listed the following expenses and deductions claimed by the church. Many of these details are also listed in the transcribed cross-examination of the Catholic Church's accountant, also obtained by CBC News. For the $29 million cash payment, $2.7 million was paid to lawyers for legal work and unapproved representation unrelated to the compensation agreement. Two of the law firms receiving a total of 80% of this money also had lawyers on the board of the National Catholic Corporation that approved the expenses. One of those lawyers billed for legal and consulting expenses for attending the same events. 2.3 million, so we're up to 6 million, was spent on administration costs, although no other Christian churches claimed administration expenses. So this is like exclusive to the Catholic Church. The Catholic agreement allowed for the federal government to reimburse reasonable claims. The government agreed to pay 1 million of this amount. So like, yeah. Even though they're spending money on administration, like some of this money spent on administration is being reimbursed by the federal government. So it's not even fully coming out of the Catholic Church's pockets. 1.6 million was claimed for donations made outside the approval process to projects with a First Nations component. No explanation or invoices are supplied as evidence. The church deducted more than 8 million for amounts paid to survivors before the 2005 settlement agreement was reached. This appears permissible in the agreement, but it has not been mentioned publicly by church officials when asked about the $29 million. The Catholic Church did not file annual financial statements to the government as required until 2012, 5 years into the agreement. For the 25 million of in-kind services, the Catholic Church accountant testifies that 25 million worth of services were provided. Even though he has not audited these records and accounts, has no basis on which to value these services, and relies only on minutes of meetings supplied by Catholic officials. For the 25 million fundraising campaign that netted 3.9 million, the church accountant testified that many of the donations had a string attached, telling him where to put the money, contrary to the agreement. Somebody will pay $50,000 and say, well, 40,000 of this has to be distributed back to this project, the accountant testified. 1.8 million was loaned from the 29 million cash account to the Catholic Church's fundraising arm and the private company contracted. Roughly 1.3 million of that was never repaid. The church had agreed the funds should remain separate and did not obtain federal government approval to take this action. I have to get off 11 p.m. and have to work tomorrow, but I'll definitely be returning when I see you streaming. Oh, thank you so much for passing by. Thanks so much for the follow and the donation. Super generous and super grateful. I hope you have a great night's sleep, and I hope you have a great, hope you're able to have some sort of enjoyment from your work tomorrow. And yeah, absolutely, I'll do my best to answer those questions. Thank you again. Take care and be well. The factum concludes that with a set of requests by the federal government's lawyers, it asks the judge to issue the following orders to the Catholic Church officials. No more expenses can be accumulated or diverted without prior consent of the government. Recover all payments made to law firms whose lawyers sat on the board approving the payments. Explain to the court within 10 days what constituted the unspecified 2.7 million in legal services. Direct an investigator to review all administration costs. Declare that the Catholic Church is in default of its obligations, as in they're not fulfilling their obligations. No, they're told to pay money to these residential school survivors, and they're not doing it. Judge ruled federal opposition to deal wasn't clear enough. The hearing was supposed to begin shortly after the factum was submitted. Catholic Church's lawyer, Gordon Kuski, asked for an adjournment, and Gabrielson granted it for 1 month. Kuski approached federal lawyer Alexander Gay with a settlement offer. When it became clear the churches were offering only 1.2 million more, Gay used phrases in emails such as, we may have a problem, and we have no agreement on the terms of the settlement. After months of correspondence, there was still no written oral agreement. Kuski said this didn't matter, and when the case returned to court, he asked Gabrielson to declare a deal had been reached. Gabrielson sided with the Catholic Church, saying Gay wasn't clear enough in his opposition to the proposal, and a reasonable person would conclude that a deal had been struck. The hearing was cancelled. Catholic officials paid the 1.2 million and dissolved the corporation formed to oversee the settlement agreement. Court officials declined to release file. This month, CBC News requested the 2015 file from Regina Court officials. They declined, saying a formal application and hearing is necessary. CBC News asked Court of Queen's Bench Chief Justice Martel Popescu to immediately produce the file. He also declined, saying proper procedure is being followed and that he can't interfere once another judge has become involved. Legal experts interviewed disagree, saying the file is public and should be available immediately. Survivors say they have a right to see it. Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, which represents Saskatchewan's First Nations, on Tuesday called for Popescu's resignation. Amid calls for church boycotts and revelations, the church devoted more than $300 million to cathedral and church construction during these same time periods. Bishops across Canada have agreed to revive the fundraising campaign. So it's like, yeah. When it comes to paying money or fundraising for money to pay to residential school survivors, okay, it looks like the church can't do it. It can't come up with the money, and that they will actively push back or basically do anything they can to avoid paying money to these Indigenous communities or these residential school survivors. But when it comes to, a new building or church construction, they're able to devote or fundraise more than $300 million to get that done. But for roughly 10% of that amount for residential school survivors, they can't come up with that cash. And Wick, well, first of all, happy birthday. Even though I think technically it's after your birthday, but still happy belated birthday. Hope you had a good one. So right now, what I'm covering, well, better late than never, right? What I'm covering is basically the Pope and his apology tour, or what I would say the PR campaign of an apology tour, apologizing to Indigenous communities in Canada. And yet at the same time, there's this history of the Catholic Church in Canada, recent history, okay, where it's like last year, the Catholic Church was supposed to pay residential school survivors, millions of dollars as part of, the reparations process. But they're not doing that. They're not fulfilling their obligations to the Indigenous communities or these residential school survivors. The Pope can apologize when it comes to actually paying money to Indigenous communities and residential school survivors. They can't do that. It's basically, reparations in word only, not in any sort of meaningful action. In recent weeks, CBC News has been asking Catholic officials from across Canada about the compensation deal. They admitted the fundraising campaign fell short of expectations, but several touted the $25 million worth of in-kind services, although none could provide a comprehensive list. Others mentioned the $29 million cash payment, although none mentioned the millions apparently spent on administrators, lawyers, or other expenses. $29 million paid by Catholic dioceses and religious orders that operated residential schools. This was completed, an official with the Archdiocese of Toronto said in an email to CBC News earlier this month. Bishop Mark Agamoan of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Saskatoon stated in an open letter last month there had been a payment of $29 million in cash, which is directed to programs and services under the supervision of First Nations organizations and services. UBC's Turple Lafon said, while it's important for the truth to finally be exposed, these revelations feel like a gut punch. She said it shows the Catholic Church was not serious about its responsibilities to survivors. This was supposed to be sincere reconciliation, not another chance to run up expense claims and billable hours. Where it's like, the Catholic Church, the Pope, they can apologize, they can, use their words as much as possible. But again, when it comes to actually taking action to at least make any sort of attempt, make it up to these communities, the Catholic Church in Canada, at the very least, falls short. Where it's like, again, Catholic Church dedicated nearly $300 million for buildings since promising residential school survivors $25 million in 2005. Okay, where it's like, you see where their priorities lie. Their the priorities lie in, building new buildings, renovating the old buildings, and that, actually paying any sort of reparations to residential school survivors. That's after, they burn through all this cash for, constructing new buildings or renovations. Again, this is just a PR tour for the Pope or the Catholic Church, unfortunately. So those were the main stories, and well, this covers it as well. Oops, sorry.
The words I want to hear is that he apologized on behalf of the Catholic Church as a whole.
It can't just be a spectacle. It has to be something that causes deep reflection, that there's deep listening going on to Indigenous people.
It doesn't matter what he does, because I'm on my healing journey already, and I don't need him to apologize to heal.
I call it ethnic cleansing. If you went the same thing I went through, that's how you would print it.
I've spoken many times about the importance of concrete action, not just beautiful words.
I myself have been very triggered by this week, and you saw an exponential increase in calls to the National Indian Residential School helpline.
If we're true to our word in terms of healing and reconciliation, we're going to have to be able to forgive.
I am deeply sorry. Sorry for the ways in which, regrettably, many Christians supported the colonizing mentality of the powers that oppressed the Indigenous peoples.
I wanted to hear, on behalf of the Catholic Church, I apologize for residential schools and for all of the atrocities that happened. And I didn't hear that.
There was no mention in his apology of releasing the documents that we desperately need. These documents hold where these lost souls were buried.
On that red banner are the names, and sometimes just the nicknames, of the children who died.
An important part of this process will be to conduct a serious investigation into the facts of what took place in the past and to assist the survivors of the residential schools to experience healing from the traumas they suffered.
And he also didn't address a couple of key issues, one of them being the doctrine of discovery.
That's a series of formal statements from the Pope that go back to the 1400s, and they empowered Christian colonial expansion, saying any land discovered by colonists could be claimed as their own. For decades, Indigenous communities have called for the Pope to revoke that doctrine, saying it influenced the creation of residential schools.
Repudiate the doctrine of discovery! Renounce the papal bull and genocide!
Without the renouncement of the doctrine of discovery, we're locked in a colonial system, and we need to repudiate that so we can get on with the healing. Most importantly, our sovereignty and our self-determination for our people. The Pope didn't say it, he needed to say it, and he failed.
The Pope was given a traditional headdress to wear by the Truth and Reconciliation Commissioner who invited him.
But that is also something that is often reserved, I think, for people who have acted very honorably.
It was disappointing to see, and for them to do that and gift him this sacred item was kind of disappointing.
Chief Littlechild followed his protocols here. He went to the elders, he went to the leadership, and requested permission to present that gift.
An unscripted moment, a ballad to the land and the village, sung to the tune of O Canada in Cree by Sipiko, an Indigenous woman from northern Manitoba. She hadn't planned to speak, but says she had to when the Pope put on a headdress over his skull cap, to her, a sign of disrespect.
You are hereby serve spoken law. We, the daughters of the Great Spirit, and our tribal sovereign members cannot be coerced into any law, any treaty that is not the great law. We have appointed chiefs on our territories. Govern yourselves accordingly. Hi, hi does not mean thank you. It means that I have nothing more to say.
This is just the beginning, again, of a reconciliation.
Do we talk to our elders and take time to listen to them?
The Pope's traditional Mass, including some Latin, did not address Indigenous cultures or traditions.
For an Indigenous person and a priest, this Mass was a missed opportunity of the celebration of Indigenous spiritual ways.
There was so much talk of our elders, of our grandparents, of our families, but our grandparents, our great-grandparents, our families went to residential school. Our spirituality has not been protected. It was taken.
He did speak about the future and the need to build a new future together.
A future in which the history of violence and marginalization suffered by our Indigenous brothers and sisters is never repeated.
July 26th marks the feast of St. Anne. She's considered to be the grandmother of Jesus. Indigenous culture places strong importance on the grandmother figure.
The reason why I came is to celebrate this event with all the rest of my brothers and sisters in Indigenous country. This is a long time coming, and we waited for many, many years for this to happen.
Dear Indigenous brothers and sisters, I have come here as a pilgrim also to say to you how precious you are to me and to the Church.
I think we need to hear this over and over again, that we matter, that our presence in the Church is not a detriment, but a real blessing.
Part of the painful legacy we are now confronting stems from the fact that Indigenous grandmothers were prevented from passing on the faith in their own language and culture.
To speak about sort of grandmothers and mothers and their important role in the family, and this is true, but without paying attention to the context that the colonial system, the Catholic education system of residential schools actually broke those families apart.
Oh yeah, and this was like a surprise visit to a rehab center.
Francis again apologized to Indigenous peoples, carefully blaming the horrors of residential schools on governments and local Catholic institutions, not the Church itself.
I express my deep shame and sorrow, and together with the bishops of this country, I renew my request for forgiveness for the wrong done by so many Christians to the Indigenous peoples.
A group of people inside the church at today's Mass in Quebec sent Pope Francis a clear message. They held up a large sign and it reads, "Rescind the doctrine."
The biggest surprise for me after this banner drop was the amount of people who came and asked.
Oh yeah, exactly right. It's an apology, but like it's, the most surface level apology, where it's like, yeah, wasn't really the Catholic Church. It was, it was our affiliates, right? So therefore we bear no responsibility. It was just one of our franchises.
Asked what the doctrine of discovery was. And so just that questioning is...
And again, there's clearly, still a significant amount of people in these Indigenous communities that, they don't feel satisfied with this apology, and understandably so, because like they're asking them to do something. Like rescind the doctrine of discovery. in my mind, is such a simple thing to do. But for whatever reason, choose not to do it. And that's like the bare minimum you can do. Right? I think that's a great example. Exactly. Fantastic example.
Proof that our
And that would never fly, right? In reality, that type of excuse.
work is so far from done.
We can do little more than cling to our sense of failure and ask, what happened? Why did it happen?
Honestly, this seems like more of the same. You know, we've been hearing this message over and over again, but it's hollow. We know what happened. Indigenous people have lived what has happened here.
During a Vesper service in the Notre Dame de Quebec Basilica Cathedral, Pope Francis acknowledged past sexual abuse by members of the Roman Catholic Church in this country.
I think in particular of the sexual abuse against minors and vulnerable people. Crimes that require firm action and an irreversible commitment.
There are a lot of Indigenous Catholics who were survivors of residential school who never lived to see this day. Many of us are holding spirits of those dead people in our hearts so that they can also receive the healing that they had longed for.
Cultural practices like singing. These are the very things that the residential school system brutally and violently suppressed. To have them front and center when the Pope comes to visit is really meaningful.
Thousands who came out for this historic visit on Inuit Nunangat to hear him say sorry in Inuktitut.
I had not imagined the suffering. This renewed in me the indignation and the shame that I have felt for months. Today, too, in this place, I want to tell you how very sorry I am and to ask forgiveness for the evil perpetrated by not just a few Catholics in those schools.
It's not the end, this is the beginning of hopefully helping our people to fully recover from the horrific.
The Truth and Reconciliation Commission concluded the schools amounted to cultural genocide, but the Pope never used that word during his trip. But he did on the way back to here in Rome.
On the way back, didn't use the word genocide. When he was actually here talking to the people or the communities that were the victims of this cultural genocide. But as he's fleeing back home.
La tecnica genocidio, ma io non l'ho usata perché non mi è venuto in mente. Ma ho descritto che è vero, sì, è un genocidio.
And well, I didn't watch any of his speeches, but I imagine like virtually all of them were pre-written and like scripted. So I don't think he was improvising or like shooting off the cuff as he was apologizing. I mean, I don't know for sure, but that seems like intentional. Like, assuming he was reading prepared statements, apologies. I'm pretty sure he was. And well, Desperado Sensei, this video caught my attention. In terms of, again, I would love to know more about Japan.
神様に見捨てられてしまった、自分は汚れてしまったっていうような思いに駆られて40年ぐらい苦しみました。ちょっと緊張しちゃって。50歳過ぎたら観音様とかマリア様を描きたくなって、なんかマリア様ととてもよく似てるので、描いてると癒されるんですね。 信仰は私にとって一番大切なものだと思っています。やっぱり自分の生き方に影響します。すべてに。私の名前は鈴木晴美です。私は聖職者による性的虐待のサバイバーです。
Religious life in Japan is dominated by Shintoism and Buddhism, with less than 1% of the population practicing Catholicism. Despite the small numbers, allegations of abuse have surfaced against Catholic clergymen in recent years. Between the 1950s to the 2010s, there have been 16 reported cases of abuse against.
First of all, welcome, Nota Bud. And also, that's my response to your question. Also, no. No to Bud and no to China blowing up Pelosi.
Japan's Catholic Church.
Although nothing would really surprise me at this point. But I don't, like, as much as I dislike Pelosi, I don't wish ill upon her.
Involving minors.
And as much as, I would like Pelosi to just fade into the background and just, know when to call it quits. I don't want China to blow her up either.
教会に近づくと動悸がしたり涙が止まらなくなったりするために私は意識的に教会の近くを通らないようにしたり
like to me, Pelosi is a pretty good example. Like, obviously there are many examples, especially in U.S. politics, but like a good example of just a politician that's, clinging to power for the sake of power. And that, as an actual politician, like, they're pretty ineffectual, and basically useless, and pretty out of touch with reality.
どうしても通らなきゃならないときは呼吸を止めて息を止めて走り去るっていうようなことをしていました。私の生まれた家では特に特定の宗教を持ってませんでした。私は16歳の時にプロテスタントの教会で洗礼を受けてキリスト教の信者になりました。で、その後いろいろトラブルがあってカトリックに改宗したのが1972年のことです。
Harumi Suzuki has been one of the very first in Japan to speak out against the sexual abuse she experienced when consulting with the Catholic priest in 1977.
Yeah, so I would assume, okay, just as they alluded to in this video, like, it seems like the number of Catholics, like, less than 1% of the population in Japan. But I would imagine, like, they're pretty much, like, clustered together in particular regions. But correct me if I'm wrong about
that. She was seeking help for domestic violence she was experiencing at home with her now ex-husband.
Got it.
シャンソンを歌ってた頃、まだ病院で現役の看護師として働いてた時の写真です。これは飲みすぎてアルコール依存症になりましたね、飲まないと生きてられないから虐待の痛みを止めるために忘れるためにガンガン飲んだっていう、お腹のこの辺からこう冷たい暗いものがこう湧き上がってくるような、なんていうのかな、おかしな感覚。お酒を飲むとそれが治るんですよ。私の耳元で後悔しないねってささやいたんです。私はお姫様抱っこされてそのまんま階段を登って2階の大きなベッドに寝せられたんですね。何が起きたかわけわかんないって思って、そういう状態でベッドの上でこう犯罪になってたと思うんですけど、途中からこう記憶が断片的に消えるんですね。多分神様が思い出すと真相になるから消してくださったのかなって後で思ったんですけど、子宮の入り口が痛いって感じたのを覚えています。
Is it? I'll take your word for like. I definitely don't track the value of the Japanese yen or pretty much any currency except for the Canadian currency, maybe American.
最後の終わった後の私の腹部に残った映像が私を40年ほぼ40年苦しめました。社会の出来事、音楽、どういう音楽が流れていて歌が歌われていたってこともほとんど記憶がないんです。もうその虐待を生き延びるだけで子どもたちを育てるだけで私の生きる余力はなかったと思います。私はお酒を飲みながらギャンブルをしながらおぞましい記憶をかき消していたんだと思います。その司祭からは声をかけられることは一度もなく無視されました。司祭にまで見捨てられ、神に見捨てられた存在なんだっていう思いを抱くようになりました。自分が悪いから悪いことが起きたと思っていたので、警察に行く。
Oh, Ziron, welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. Hope you're doing well.
という選択肢っていうか、そういう思考は全くありませんでした。このことを誰かに話したら、教会が壊れるって思ったんですよね。
In 2016, almost 40 years after the abuse, Harumi left Catholicism. Since she was an adult at the time of the abuse, her case was never taken seriously, and it was written off as a consensual act.
Oh, no, I don't blame you for that. I don't think that sounds strange at all. I think understandably so, everyone wants to collectively move on from COVID. And at the end of the day, I don't think it's super critical, know exactly where COVID came from. There's multiple lessons to be learned without knowing where COVID came from. People need to examine why they failed to protect people such as I. Yeah, I don't disagree at all with that statement.
September 2019, Harumi became the leader of SNAP's Japan branch, a survivors network for those abused by the church.
この横断幕は2019年にフランシスが日本に来た時にこれを使って仙台市内をデモ行進しました。
It was with their support that she decided to file a lawsuit against the church.
Well, so I would say it would be nice to know. I don't know that we need to know 100%. Or at least I'm curious as to why you think, what's your thought process? Why we need to know 100% where COVID came from, or like exactly where. I think it's enough to know that it came from whatever, some region in China, and we have enough information just to go from there to learn our lessons.
The Church of Sendai has set up an independent third-party committee made up of ordinary citizens unrelated to the church to investigate cases of abuse, including Harumi's.
Oops, sorry.
Priest Shiro Komatsu is representing the Church of Sendai and the accused in the ongoing lawsuit.
And I agree with you, Maddie Holmes. It might not be possible. And also welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. I'm pretty sure we will never 100% know exactly where it came from.
もう何年も経ってる話なので、悲しみが癒えるであるとか納得するというような話ではないにせよ、しょうがないことだったんだろうなということ。出来事が起こったのは1970年代の話でありますので、その当事者である司祭ももう高齢で、だいぶ年齢がいってますんでね。
Yeah, but what I would say, okay, I don't disagree necessarily that there are a lot of smoke screens and lies, but I think that holds true pre-pandemic, as in we already knew that there were smoke screens and lies before this, and that we needed more transparency. We needed more. We need to at least make an attempt to restore trust in our institutions and in our governments, etc., etc. I think just, the pandemic sort of accelerated some things, or really distilled it and slapped us in the face with it. But I think there was a problem with transparency and trust like before the pandemic.
認知症の罹患しているというところもありましたので、なかなか答えが難しい状況ではありました。でもちろん第三者委員会というのは警察でもないので、調査をするといってももうだいぶ前の話ですからね、証拠を一生懸命探してっていうようなことはないので、もう第三者委員会とすればあった可能性が高いということでありましたので、こちら側とすればその司祭を守らなくてはいけないという立場がありますから、司祭というよりもその人の人権を守らなくちゃいけないということの立場もありますので、なかなか難しい話ではありますけども、和解をするというような方向をこちらは模索していますね。お互いに判断することでしかないんだろうと思いますね。
Yeah, fair. But so obviously, don't know for sure because we can't go back in time and relive an alternate timeline. But I think we are aware of these issues, or like all of these issues that the pandemic brought about or accelerated, I think would have happened anyways, regardless. Just as like wealth inequality, like the trajectory of wealth inequality was already going in the wrong direction pre-pandemic, and just the pandemic and like whatever the wealth transfer just like exponentially sped that up. But again, I'm not going to say with certainty, but that would be my response of like, I think all of those things would have happened anyways without the pandemic.
Harumi officially filed her suit against Sendai's Catholic Church in September 2020. She sought around $77,000 in damages, along with an official apology. Today, SNAP is helping her prepare for her hearing with the church's third-party committee.
自分は恥ずかしいと思っていたし、すごく生きてちゃいけないような人間のような気がしてたんですよね。でもそうではなかったんですよね。私は悪くないんだって毎日のように信じたいと思ってたので、このスナップと出会って私の人生が本当に変えられました。スナップのプログラムはスタンドアップ、立ち上がるですね。立ち上がってスピークアウト、話す。だからここでエンパワーメントして。
Yeah, that's fair. But and yeah, I totally agree with you that we haven't seen the full effects of, I mean, even just take in terms of things that would have happened anyways, regardless of the pandemic. I think a great example, at least in Canada, is our healthcare system. I can only speak to Quebec's situation, but I think Quebec is pretty much in the same situation as every other province, where it's like Quebec's healthcare system, like it was crumbling before the pandemic. Okay, it was in a sad state of affairs before the pandemic, and like the pandemic has just made it exponentially worse. And now it's just like it's pretty much like in crisis mode with like lack of staff, shortages, etc., surgical backlog, etc. And so it's like now it's like it seems to be like really at a critical tipping point. Even though I think we've known for decades, okay, like the calls have been made for decades, at least in Quebec, of like we got to do something. Like we're on track for like a healthcare crisis, and that like this system like is not sustainable. And I think just the pandemic has really accelerated that. But I think we were on track to reach this point anyways. We just reached it sooner, and I think that holds true for like every other province. Well, based off of the same thing, what I read about in Ontario, of like similar thing of like the healthcare infrastructure was crumbling before the pandemic, and similar situation as Quebec of like staff shortages, etc. People, healthcare workers retiring early or moving to the private sector. That like again similar to Quebec, where it's like now the healthcare infrastructure in Ontario is like really collapsing. Oh, and if you want to send a short video, by all means, send it. Even if it's another Rickroll. First thing they did in the pandemic was not shore up the healthcare. It was to prop up the banks and capital markets. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. But like we should have been shoring up healthcare. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Zeron. Super appreciated, super grateful. Yeah, can't thank you enough. But yeah, the calls were being made to shore up the healthcare system like for decades, like across Canada. Like we need serious reform. Oh my. I'm not religious, but Jesus. That's super generous of you. And I don't know what to say, other than, you know, I'll do my best to hopefully bring you decent content for the next 6 months. And so it's like, you know, it's really just the pandemic that in my mind, again, I could be wrong, but has just like really accelerated, you know, the crumbling of our healthcare infrastructure. And like the government has ignored it forever. And now it's like they can no longer afford to ignore it. Well, I think they never should have ignored it, because like the signs were always there. But now it's like, oh, now we really have a problem. Now we have hundreds of thousands of patients like on a surgical backlog. What do we do about that? We have doctors and nurses either leaving or like retiring early, or just like refuse to work. And it's like, well, we have like no capacity to deal with that now. Thank you so much, Zeron. Gonna watch it after this. And yeah, and it's but I still think that there are answers, absolutely, and that we're still dealing with it in the wrong way.
そして生きる力を取り戻していってほしいっていうのが私の願いです。大変なとこ来てくれてありがとう。本当。今から？今から幼稚から始まるのでもうちょっと。
Like I mentioned last stream, like you know, I'm dealing with a minor health issue myself. You know, I have an infection in my foot that like, you know, I'm trying to deal with. And like I've gone through the private system in Quebec, much to my, you know, sort of guilt, where it's like I don't want to, like, Canada should have never opened the door to privatize healthcare. And I think that just has made it worse.
ちょっとしたらここ出ます。ずっと続けてきたから、それがある時バーンと爆発、津波のように溢れて、私も被害を受けた、私も被害を受けたっていうのがもうアメリカでバーッと起きて、それが今度日本の方に流れてくるんじゃないかなと。
After Harumi went public, she gained support, with some criticizing how the case has been handled.
カトリック中央協議会に約20年くらい勤めておりまして、子供と
And here is where at least for me it gets interesting or nuanced, where it's like so obviously I have a disease, you know, a GI disease that I see a specialist. I have a gastroenterologist, a specialist that I see. And like if I have an issue with my actual disease, like I know that I can get treatment and access to healthcare fairly easily. As opposed to if it's not something related to my disease and like I need access to a family doctor, then it seems to have become a nightmare for me. Like I would have almost preferred like if I had an issue with my disease, because then I know I can go to see my specialist and have no problem seeing my specialist. But now that I have to go outside of my specialist, it's a headache and a nightmare for me. But like, yes, I agree with you. Like up until this point, I have generally have received excellent healthcare in Quebec.
女性の権利擁護デスクということの秘書をしていたんですけれども、それでカトリック教会の中でいろんな問題が起きてた時に被害者の方が相談してくるっていうケースがいくつかありました。 あのケースはね本当に残念なんですけれども、その被害者の鈴木さんという方が訴えた時の初期対応がまずかったっていうことと、で司教はそれで第三者委員会を作ったんですけれども、ほとんど弁護士とかそういった方たちだった。だから本来性虐待とかそういう問題に詳しい人をやっぱりそこに入れるべきだったのに、私が覚えてる限り女性はいなかったような気がするんですね、その第三者委員会に。そしてその、弁護士の方たちっていうのはどうしても教区を守ろうとしますよね、当然ながら。だから時効とかそういったことを。
Oh yeah, your exponential. So I've seen some of the graphs of the COVID cases of the BA5, BA4 variant, and like the case counts in Japan, and just like the skyrocketing, as you say, the exponential case growth. It's almost like a vertical line that is like crazy, and I think that's that's going to be happening more and more. I don't think Japan is going to be an outlier. Like these new variants like seem to be just like crazy transmissible.
言い出す。そうすると被害者にとってはもっともっと傷つけてしまったっていうことだと思います。だからこういう問題っていうのはもう被害を受けたからすぐに言える問題ではない。本当に長い時間がかかるっていう。そういうことだと思うので、それに対しても教会はよく意識して対応していかなくちゃいけない。そんな昔のことって言っては絶対にいけないっていうね。
When Pope Francis visited Japan in 2019, he emphasized the global problem of abuse plaguing the Catholic Church.
これもバチカンから言われてということもありますけれども、未成年者と弱い立場に置かれている成人の保護のためのガイドラインというのを作りました。もちろんバチカンの教皇がすごくこの問題について。
Yeah, not to get like too sidetracked, but like yeah, I saw that just like a vertical line, straight up, crazy. And again, I don't think this is gonna be. This is not gonna be Japan only experiencing this. Pretty sure, unfortunately.
ではもう非常に懸念をしてらして、こういう事件の申し立てがあった場合にどうするかということ、そのプロセスが本当に正しくなされたかどうかっていうものを第三者が監査するというそういうシステムを一応導入しました。
Yeah, no, we were just speaking about that earlier, Ziran, of like the Pope's apology tour is just basically, a PR stunt. Well, that's why I have apology in quotes in my stream title. As it's basically, in my opinion, I'm not the final arbiter, but I consider it as a pretty empty gesture. And the apology doesn't really mean all that much.
ですからこれが本当に動けばいい教会になっていくなと思いますが。
In under 2 years, Harumi has had 8 hearings with the church's third-party committee. She hopes to find a resolution and closure in today's legal proceedings.
加害者も認知症になってるってことで、真摯な謝罪は直接はもらえないことは分かっているので、仙台教区の司教から代表して真摯な謝罪をいただけるっていうのが一番の希望するところです。だけど裁判したかったのは、私の失った尊厳を取り戻したかったんです。人としてずっと私は自分が悪いと思って生きてきたので、自分の人生が壊れていく原因がよく分からなかったし、その原因が虐待にあると知った時、私は自分の尊厳を取り戻すべきだと思ったんです。そしてこのような許されざるようなことが平然と行われてきて、被害者たちが見捨てられて苦しみ続けているということを知ってもらって、この犯罪を終わらせるための運動に多くのサバイバーが立ち上がってくれることを望んでいるので、ほぼ目的は達成されたって言っても間違いないと思います。
その被害者のことを全然疑わないで、まず被害者の話をよく聞くっていう、その時に本当に自分の話を聞いてくれたって思ってくださるだけでもかなりの部分が解決できる。そしてその方がそれじゃどういう解決を望んでいらっしゃるかというその方の望みをちゃんと聞く。本当に司祭職としての本当の道を歩いてほしいなと思って、でそういう半端な人は司祭になってほしくないなと思ってるんです。司祭が少ないとしても本物の司祭になってほしいなっていうのが一つ望みとしてあります。
やっぱり真摯な謝罪がなければ和解する意味がないので、求める謝罪が全く得られないのであれば最後まで。
I think this sentiment right here sums it up nicely. If there's no sincere apology, there's no point in settling.
で、求める謝罪が全く得られないのであれば最後まで戦うしかないと思います。やっぱり社会全体が変わって声を上げて、黙ってちゃいけないんだって、やっぱり犯罪と信仰は一緒にしちゃいけない。
Harumi's hearing with the church's third-party committee ended without an apology or settlement.
カトリック教会の皆さんに真実から目をそらさないでください。教会のメンツよりもサバイバーや被害者の心に本当に真心で寄り添って活動してくださいって私は言いたいです。
Well, unfortunately, just another thing among the infinite number of things the Catholic Church has to answer and apologize for. Let me just catch up with chat. 3 week students come back. Ooh, I understand your concern. Absolutely. Thank you so much. We're gonna watch it right now. I'm no expert on Japanese culture, but I do believe that the culture of urgent respect and seniority. And so, yeah, I don't disagree with you based off of what I know. I don't disagree with you, but just like you, I'm no expert, and I recognize that I might be too ignorant of Japanese culture to talk about it meaningfully. But from what I understand, I agree with you that there does appear to be sort of this culture of too much respect. And as you said, sort of if you prioritize respect over sincerity, abuse will spread like wildfire. But Desperado Sensei is way more qualified to speak on that than I am.
For the last few years, I've had this sense that everything I learned as a kid about how America's government works is completely wrong. But I had no idea how bad things actually were until I saw this one.
And yeah, no to Bud, you're definitely not wrong in that, generally speaking, the vaccine doesn't, absolutely eliminate or stop the spread. But I had my 4th dose of Moderna about 2 weeks ago, almost 2 weeks ago. So far so good. I'm glad I was able to get it.
Graph. Researchers at Princeton University looked at more than 20 years worth of data to answer a pretty simple question. Does the government represent the people? Now, this is what they found. This axis here represents public support for any given idea. On the left at 0% are ideas that not a single American wants. On the right at 100% are ideas that everyone supports. This axis represents the likelihood of Congress passing a law that reflects any of these ideas, from a 0 to a 100% chance. On this graph, an ideal republic would look like this. If 50% of the public supports an idea, there's a 50% chance of it becoming law. If 80% of us support something, there's an 80% chance. You get the idea. Now, most Americans would probably agree that, with a few exceptions, we should be as close to this ideal as possible. Unfortunately, the way America actually works doesn't even come close. Take an idea that nobody supports, literally nobody, and it has about a 30% chance of becoming federal law. Now, take an incredibly popular idea, the most popular idea this country has ever seen, and there's also about a 30% chance of it becoming law. This means that the number of American voters for or against any idea has no impact on the likelihood that Congress will make it law. Put another way, and I'm just going to quote the Princeton study directly here, the preferences of the average American appear to have only a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact upon public policy. So if you've ever felt like your opinion doesn't matter and that the government doesn't really care what you think, well, you're right. But there's a catch. This flat line only accounts for the bottom 90% of income earners in America. Economic elites, business interests, people who can afford lobbyists, they get their own line. Look at how much closer their line is to the ideal. When they want something, the government is much more likely to do it. And when they don't, they have the power to completely block it from happening, no matter how much the rest of the country supports it. They get what they want, and guess who ends up paying for it? We pay for it with the most expensive healthcare in the world. We pay for it with a tax code that's a complete mess. We pay for it with internet that's slower and more expensive, with wasteful spending, a floundering education system, a catastrophic drug war, and 1 in 5 American children born into poverty. Almost every major issue we face as a nation can be traced back to this graph. How does this happen? Well, just follow the money. Right now, it's perfectly legal to buy political influence in America. Here's how it works. Let's say a big bank wants a law that would force taxpayers to bail them out again if they repeat the exact same reckless behavior that crashed the global economy in 2008. Not exactly the most popular idea with the public, and Congress knows that. That should be the end of it. But that's where the money comes in. It's perfectly legal for our bank to hire a team of lobbyists whose entire job is to make sure that the government gives the bank what it wants. Then those lobbyists can track down members of Congress who regulate banks and help raise a ton of money for their re-election campaigns. It's perfectly legal for those lobbyists to offer those same politicians million-dollar jobs at their lobbying firm. Then, those lobbyists can literally write the language of this new bailout law themselves and hand it off to the politician they just buttered up with campaign money and lucrative job offers. And it's perfectly legal for those politicians to take the lobbyist-written language.
So far, I very much appreciate this, and I'm interested in this study, which I'm hoping is linked in the description, but it doesn't look like it. But I'm assuming I can look it up somewhere. Because I do. Republic of Tryhards, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. And note, so at least in the circles that I run in, like, I think people seem to recognize that under COVID, at least in the United States, there was a huge wealth transfer, in the wrong direction, or rather, basically the wealthy just got wealthier. At least to my understanding, I think most people do recognize that. At least the people that I know.
And sneak it through Congress at the last second. So now you've got a law that greatly benefits the banks, and the whole process can start over. This is how a bill becomes a law. A special interest hires some lobbyists, those lobbyists collect campaign contributions, offer jobs, and then write the laws that Congress then passes to help those same special interests. This happens every day on every single issue with politicians of both parties. In the last 5 years alone, the 200 most politically active companies in the United States spent $5.8 billion influencing your government. Those same companies got $4.4 trillion in taxpayer support. And that's trillion, with a T. And that's just the top 200 companies. Never mind every other special interest, every union, every trade association, and every...
Yeah, at least I think if I remember correctly, if you're referring to basically that injection of trillions of dollars into the stock market, like pretty much during the early days of the pandemic, I think it was like, beginning in March of like 2020 or February. And like, I agree with you.
every billionaire.
Sure.
Every single one of them can use their money to buy political influence. You know, there's this idea out there that this only became a problem after the Supreme Court's Citizens United decision in 2010. But the data goes back almost 40 years, and the results are clear. Corruption is legal in America. And as long as it is, anyone who can spend money to buy political influence will. The solution here isn't rocket science. Make corruption illegal. We already know Congress won't do it. I mean, one look at this chart will tell you that. What we need is a plan that lets us go around Congress and do what the American people do best. Fix this mess ourselves. Well, good news. We have that plan and it's already working. Now that we've got the problem covered, let us show you how to be part of the solution.
I think this is a short and sweet video. I think that obviously sums up a major problem pretty nicely. But you know, I don't want to be all doom and gloom. And I do want to hopefully have some science and optimistic or cool science. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna save that and add it to my bookmark. Add tab to reading list. Save it for later. But yeah, I want to end my stream on some science, hopefully some cool science, but that remains to be seen. Why do deep sea creatures evolve into giants? But let me just catch up with chat. The solution is to reduce federal power. Oh, and Casimir, welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. Much appreciated. Making corruption illegal is wishful thinking. The way it operates in the USA through children of politicians, you can certainly force the lobbying to be less yeah, so I don't disagree with you, right? Because like, and I'm not even sure the video is that serious about making corruption illegal. Because like, how are you going to convince the corrupt politicians to make their own behavior illegal, right? That doesn't seem to make sense to me, and so I think we're probably on the same page there.
Deep sea is vast, dark, and nearly freezing cold. And it is also full of giants. As we begin to descend the ocean depths, we first pass through the epipelagic zone. Here is where almost all ocean life exists, thanks to the sun's penetrating energy. Here, animals are colorful and abundant. Next, we reach the mesopelagic zone, also known as the ocean twilight zone. Here, light becomes very dim, and photosynthesis becomes impossible. Below 1,000 meters, all sunlight disappears, and we enter into the...
No, I know you well enough that I know you wouldn't send a video where it's like, you know, whatever, there's potentially a conflict of interest.
Midnight zone, or the bathypelagic zone. The only light that can be seen down here is the glowing bioluminescence from the skin of squids or the lures of anglerfish. The pressure here is...
Well, my conclusion is the same as this one. I went through this study in depthly, and you know, there's some nice figures. You know, pretty much doing an in-depth, high-resolution analysis. Okay, and obviously I'm not going to relitigate the entire study, but I think they conclude pretty explicitly, in my mind, where it's like the live animal trade and live animal markets are a common theme in virus spillover events, with markets such as the Hunan market selling live animals being in the higher risk category. The events leading up to the COVID-19 pandemic mirror the SARS-CoV-1 outbreaks from 2002 to 2004, which were traced to infected animals in these provinces in China. And like, yeah, they pretty much I think they make a pretty compelling case that the origins of SARS-CoV-2 originated in this particular market from an animal, but they don't say exactly which animal because they can't say with any certainty because they don't have that type of data or evidence. But as they like track the the radius of cases, you know, it's almost like a forensic analysis where it's hard to argue with their, conclusion. Well, it's like, while there is insufficient evidence to define upstream events and exact circumstances remain obscure, our analyses indicate that the emergence of SARS-CoV-2 occurred via the live wildlife trade in China and showed that the Hunan market was the epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic. And totally, this does not completely discount, or make it impossible that some sort of lab leak was involved. But let's just say this is not a notch in its favor. It's really hard in my mind to argue against this evidence. But still, this is not 100% conclusive. This is not the absolute truth. I definitely will not say that. It's still technically possible that some sort of intentional lab leak or unintentional lab leak was involved. But I think they make it pretty explicitly clear that there's no reason for them to think that. And as of right now, it doesn't seem like the evidence points to that. And it seems like all lines of evidence through their forensic analysis points to at least this region and this particular market in this region, at the very least, was the epicenter of the origin.
It's immense. The temperature's shockingly low, but the ocean goes deeper still. The abyssopelagic zone reaches depths of up to 6,000 meters, with pressure 600 times that of our terrestrial world. The abyssal realm is considered the single largest ecosystem for life on Earth, covering 300 million square kilometers, about 60% of the surface of the globe. But the deepness of the ocean doesn't stop there. The hadopelagic zone is the deepest ocean region. It's found from a depth of about 6,000 to 11,000 meters and exists in long, narrow, topographic V-shaped trenches. The deepest of these ever discovered is the Mariana Trench. And despite all logic, life survives in these darkest depths. And the creatures here have evolved to be exceedingly freaky. From the ghostly, to the terrifying, to the absolutely gigantic. The giant Japanese spider crab, the big red jellyfish, the king of herrings or fish, the giant squid, the Greenland shark, and the giant isopods. These animals are all examples of deep-sea gigantism, the tendency that deep-sea animals have to be substantially larger than their shallow water counterparts. In waters intensely cold and dark, why do these leviathans emerge? Is it an eerie coincidence of the deep dark sea, or a feature of life in this inhospitable landscape? Below 400 meters, food becomes quite scarce in the ocean. As sunlight tapers off, photosynthetic algae and plankton disappear too. And without this crucial part of the food chain, life gets markedly harder for deep-sea animals. Instead, most of them have to rely on detritus that rains down from shallower waters, a phenomenon called marine snow. Marine snow is mainly composed of dead plankton, fecal pellets, and bits of rotting corpses that fall to the sea floor as fine particles. Some animals rely directly and completely on marine snow. The vampire squid, for example, has special adaptations to help them better catch and eat the falling particles. Two long filaments extend from their bodies to capture any that drifts past them in their habitat 900 meters deep. Marine snow is the backbone for all life in the deep, but it can't support a great deal of biomass. The number of creatures in the deep is sparse, and the food web is strained. Many animals don't eat marine snow directly, but rely on eating those that do, and thus the pressure of predation is extremely high. Any small fish, crustacean, or cephalopod has a big target on its back from any larger predator. And for this reason, it became evolutionarily advantageous for animals to get rid of this target on their back, to transition from being a prey animal into a top predator. Enter the giant squid, both an icon and an enigma of the deep. By the turn of the 21st century, the giant squid remained one of the few extant megafauna to have never been photographed alive. What we know about the giant squid largely comes from specimens that have washed ashore. It wasn't until 2004 that the first photographs of a live giant squid in its natural habitat were taken in the twilight zone, at a depth of about 1,000 meters. And while we may—
Kilometer? That's not, at least, that doesn't seem super deep. As like they showed that it can get as deep as like whatever, 7, 8, 9 kilometers deep.
May not know much about these mysterious creatures, we do know that they are huge. The largest individual ever found was 13 meters long as a school bus, and weighing 275 kilograms. Compared to the majority of squid, which are no more than 60 centimeters long, these giants are truly exceptional. Scientists believe that by having such a tremendous size, they're left with few predators, and allows them to comfortably prey on deep-sea fish and other squid species, which they grab with their 2 extremely long tentacles. But as impressive as the giant squid is, it is not the largest of the deep-sea squids. The colossal squid, sometimes called the Antarctic squid, is the largest invertebrate in the
I have never heard of the colossal squid.
world. They're shorter in length than the giant squid at only 10 meters, but can weigh between 500 and 700 kilograms, lurking in depths over 2,000 meters. It's easy to imagine such a massive creature as an aggressive top predator, darting through the water, snatching prey and dominating its adversaries, ripping sailboats apart, etc. But this squid teaches us something else about deep-sea giants. They aren't necessarily the dominating predatory force we imagine, because with their large size comes something else, an extremely slow metabolism. The colossal squid takes something called Kleber's Law to the next level. Kleber's Law states that metabolism doesn't scale linearly with body size, as you might predict. A horse that weighs 1,000 times more than a mouse doesn't require 1,000 times more energy. Instead of metabolism scaling linearly with body size, it scales with an animal's mass to the 3/4 power. This applies to all life on Earth, from blue whales right down to individual cells. It's largely a consequence of the physics and geometry of animal circulatory systems, an animal's surface area to volume ratio, and the fractal nature of blood vessels. And all this means that the larger an animal is, the more efficient it is. And the colossal squid seems to be exceedingly efficient. One study estimated the metabolic rate of the colossal squid to be so low that they only burn 45 calories per day and only require 0.03 kilograms of food per day. A single adult toothfish would be enough food for a 500-kilogram colossal squid for approximately 200 days. Their energy requirements are 300-fold to 600-fold lower than other similarly sized top predators of the Southern Ocean. This indicates that the colossal squid has a particularly slow pace of life. It doesn't chase down its prey in epic battles like we might imagine. Instead, it sits and waits for prey to unwittingly approach, then uses the hooks on its arms and tentacles to ensnare it. This opportunistic lifestyle also makes sense, because in water so deep, visual predation would be nearly impossible due to extremely limited visibility. The colossal squid does have the largest eyes of any animal in the world, up to 30 centimeters wide, but scientists believe these eyes are not for catching prey, but for detecting and avoiding predators. Not many creatures could hunt a squid so large, but a select few can, most notably sperm whales. Food scarcity and predator avoidance are some of the major pressures for deep-sea animals to grow so large and have such slow metabolisms, but they are not the only pressures. The deep, cold water itself forces such gigantism to occur. Bergman's rule states that animals found in cold environments will be larger than those found in warm environments. This rule, however, has historically only been found to be definitively true for endotherms, the warm-blooded animals like birds and mammals. does this trend also apply to ectotherms, the squids, crabs, and isopods that inhabit the deep? It's a surprisingly controversial area of science, but it's clear that certain species of ectotherm are indeed larger at colder temperatures. This can certainly be seen in the polar regions of the Earth, where marine sponges, worms, and even single-celled organisms get huge. And where the water's deep and polar, there's one of the strangest giants of them all. The Greenland shark is the largest fish in the Arctic Ocean, and one of the largest sharks on Earth, 7 meters long and weighing as much as 1,400 kilograms. It lives at depths over 2,000 meters, where the water temperature is between -2 and 7 degrees Celsius. It's the only shark that can withstand the cold waters of the Arctic year-round. And this extremely cold environment has caused the shark to not just be—
I mean, these creatures are just like wandering around in the dark. It seems like a pretty boring existence.
Huge, but ancient. Greenland sharks are the longest living vertebrates in the world, so old that there are likely individuals swimming in the sea that were alive before Christopher Columbus voyaged to the Americas, before Michelangelo painted the Sistine Chapel, while the Aztec and Incan empires were still thriving. Scientists estimate their average lifespan to be at least 272 years, with some individuals living perhaps well over 500 years. Inside the shark's eyes, there are proteins that form before birth that are then covered by many layers of the lens of the eye. These proteins do not degrade with age, so by carbon dating them, scientists can roughly determine the age of the shark. One 5-meter female was assessed to be between 272 and 512 years old. These sharks don't even reach reproductive age until around 150 years old. Their astoundingly long life can be attributed to their exceedingly low metabolism, much like the colossal squid. And just like the colossal squid, they are extremely slow and opportunistic feeders. They eat some fish and squid and scavenge any carcass they can find. Their stomach contents have even included polar bears, horses, and reindeer. Just like the giant squids, they too would struggle to spot and chase prey in the pitch-black waters. But even if the water wasn't so dark, the sharks still couldn't see, because a particular crustacean constantly latches onto their eyeballs, damaging them to the point of total blindness. The thought of drifting along in -2-degree pitch-black water for 500 years with crustaceans attached to your eyeballs gives me heebie-jeebies of the highest order. The animals we've discussed so far are certainly strange, incredible, and even creepy. But we've only gone as deep as the Meso and bathypelagic zones, 200 to 4,000 meters down. The ocean goes deeper still, and reveals one of the most extreme cases of deep-sea gigantism ever discovered. In the Hadal Trenches, 6,000 to 11,000 meters deep, the temperature varies between 1 and 4 degrees Celsius. There is no light, and the pressure can reach levels 1,100 times that of the surface. Here, the marine snow that gives life to most of the deep barely trickles down. 90% of it never reaches past the twilight zone. At these depths, it seems like life should be impossible, but instead, the deeper you go, the more you'll find colossal amphipods crawling along the bottom. Shallow water amphipods are usually around 5 millimeters to 20 millimeters in length, but these deep water behemoths can grow up to 34 centimeters long. Something that's often the size of a gnat at these depths is the size of a guinea pig. Alicella gigantea is known as the supergiant amphipod and is the largest amphipod ever discovered. Their gigantism is similar to that of the giant isopods that can measure up to 50 centimeters long. Their roly-poly cousins you might find in your garden are a mere 6 millimeters long. These amphipods and isopods are scavengers and detrivores, eating any decomposing material they can find. And their large body size may help them store as much food and energy as possible when they can find it. Relatably, when giant isopods find a significant food source, they gorge themselves to the point of compromising their locomotive ability, By doing this, they can survive long periods of famine. Giant isopods have been known to survive over 5 years without food in captivity. Their large body size also allows them to travel greater distances in search of their next meal.
I don't eat seafood, thankfully.
Another reason for their huge body size might have to do with the viscosity of the water at such depths and cold temperatures. Down there, water would feel thicker than water at the surface. Larger body size may give these deep-sea invertebrates a respiratory advantage that helps them overcome the larger viscous forces in the water. But even with all these factors, it's still hard to comprehend how there could be enough food at these depths to support these giants. But recently, researchers discovered that some of these creatures might be feeding on an entirely unexpected food source. One hadal amphipod, Hierondelia gigas, was found to have a unique cellulase enzyme, one that seemed like its purpose was to break down plant matter. This was surprising, because absolutely zero plant life can live in the hadal depths, and the amphipods wouldn't need this enzyme to digest bits of algae in the form of marine snow. Yet, when scientists tested the enzyme, it converted sawdust and wood pulp directly into glucose. And on top of this, its enzymatic activity increased under high hydrostatic pressure. The higher the pressure, the faster and more efficiently the enzyme could digest cellulose. There may be no plants living in the hadal zone, but on occasion, large pieces of driftwood will sink all the way to the bottom of the deepest parts of the sea. And being able to convert this wood directly into energy is of high survival value for an animal that doesn't have many options. While we don't know much about the deep sea, we do know that it's a very delicate ecosystem. Many of these animals already live on a knife edge of survival, and any change to their environment could mean the end for these giants. Overfishing, plastic pollution, changes in ocean chemistry due to climate change, and deep-sea mining are all threats to this incredible ecosystem. These creatures may seem like they live in a far-off alien planet, but it's still very much connected to and dependent on ours. And scientists now believe we very well may be dependent on their world too. We are only beginning to understand the intrinsic connection between ocean ecosystems.
I wouldn't want to live as like one of those like Greenland sharks, just like wandering in the dark for like centuries. Like I don't know. Clearly, you know, there's not a lot of cognitive processes going on, so it's like whatever. It seems like it's just a robot wandering around.
And the links between them and the terrestrial environments in which we live. And most importantly, who wants to live in a world that's been stripped of its wonder, of its dazzling, mesmerizing, and baffling deep-sea creatures? We as a species are so focused on trying to find...
I don't know if that's intentional or not, but there's a clever pun in there, given the fact that they're deep-sea creatures.
And alien life on other planets, that we often forget about the unthinkable creatures that are living right under our noses, or rather, under many miles of ocean. If you're like me, the news in the world lately makes you desperately wish you too lived at the bottom of the ocean. Maybe the Greenland shark, floating alone in the darkness with parasites on its eyeballs, is actually onto something. I bet the Greenland shark doesn't doomscroll itself into insomnia every night, or begin the day with a cup of anxiety reading the front page of Reddit and all its associated threads of arguing and stupidity. But since I am unfortunately a human, I often do exactly these things. I want to stay informed, but then find myself getting sucked into the news and social media, working myself up, trashing my mental health, and honestly wasting a lot of time. So this is why I've switched my morning news.
Okay, add segue. Got it. Knew that was coming. Well, that was a cool video. Pretty creepy, not gonna lie, but still entertaining and informative nonetheless. Never heard of a colossal squid. Never heard of a Greenland shark. And I've watched a lot of Discovery Channel way back in the days when they actually covered stuff like this on TV. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this stream. Let's see if I can find someone to raid. Whoops. Not sure why my windows are doing that. Oh, thank you so much, Casimir, for passing by. Always appreciated, always grateful. Jason Society. I think we're gonna raid into him. Actually, I don't think I'm a follower of Sonia. I'm gonna have to follow, but either way, I've already got Jason Society set up. Oh, thank you. I will check them out. I want to thank everyone that passed by. I'm gonna forget names, but Desperado, thank you so much for passing by and all your input. Casimir, Zeron, Nota Bud, Bob Marley, thank you for the new follows. Republic of Tryhards, Anosmia, Donald Trump is a mommy. And also thank you so much for the donation, Anosmia, much appreciated. I plan to stream next on Tuesday. I should be back to doing my usual workout stream in the afternoon, then do an evening stream covering more science, more news, and probably a bunch of other random stuff. Let me set up raid moment. And like, yeah, if there's any particular topics that you want me to cover, or particular scientific articles that you want me to cover, feel free to send recommendations in the Discord. Join it if you like. I can't guarantee that I will cover everything that's recommended, because absolutely I'm not qualified to cover everything. But if I feel comfortable, and I felt comfortable about that garlic one, more than happy to give it a shot in covering whatever wants to be covered. And so yeah, thank you everyone for passing by. Again, super grateful. And until next time, take care and be well, and say hi and give a follow to Jason Society.